Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Dr. Zarowski. We were, as indicated, Doug, on Tuesday, we took a break from Dr. Zarowski's testimony and continued with two other witnesses yesterday. And so today we'll be continuing with Ms. Contractor's cross-examination for the City of Hamilton.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Ms. Contractor.
Good morning, Dr. Zarowski.
Morning.
We left off earlier this week speaking about the meetings you attended with the city in 2018. And Mr. Registrar, if you could please pull up Golder 7414 at image 71 and OD8 image 68. And so, Dr. Zarowski, you attended a meeting on February 23rd, 2018 at the city, and your notebook on the screen here has these entries from February 23rd. And at that meeting, you delivered a presentation to the city, after which there was a discussion regarding hot in place recycling with a few city staff member afterwards. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And in attendance was Mr. Beck, Mr. Audi, and Mr. Renaud, and Mr. Moore was not present for that follow-up discussion. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your evidence was that you think that at the end of that meeting, you recommended that the city conduct shot blasting in the interim prior to the resurfacing. And you told us that Mr. Audi's response to that was that the city could not take measures to improve friction because it would confirm that there was a problem on the Red Hill. That's correct?
Correct.
And as I understand your evidence, that was the first time you heard such a statement from city staff members, and you were surprised by that response. Correct?
Yeah, I was surprised and shocked.
You were surprised and shocked. And despite your surprise and shock, and you didn't have any notes that document the statement you attribute to Mr. Audi from the February 23rd meeting. Is that right?
No, it's not in my notes, no.
And following this meeting, you don't email Mr. Audi to express any concerns about your surprise, about your shock, about his comments at the February meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't send any emails to anyone at the city commenting on Mr. Audi's remarks, expressing your surprise and your shock based on Mr. Audi's comments at the February meeting. Is that right?
That's correct. I talked to our legal counsel and senior management and my senior colleagues about this, but I didn't send an email to Mr. Audi or anybody from the city.
So after the February meeting, you spoke to legal and you spoke to your senior colleagues and ultimately decided not to contact anyone at the city about Mr. Audi's remarks.
I don't recall the exact conversation. I knew that it was, you know, the first time I heard this thing, I knew that I would have another meeting with the city. And that was, you know, a surprise and shock to me. I knew that another meeting was coming, so I was, that was the item that I wanted to discuss.
Right, and the next meeting I think you're discussing is the March 9th meeting?
Correct.
And the main purpose of that meeting was to discuss the feasibility of hot in place, isn't that right?
This is correct.
And at that meeting, you updated the city about the PSV testing and advised city staff that it would be, I think the terms you used, would somewhat risky to reuse the material to do hot in place on the Red Hill. Is that right?
Yeah, so this is like, what's in my notes. Yeah, it's correct.
Okay. And am I correct that resurfacing using hot in place versus the traditional shave and pave would mean substantial savings for the city?
Oh yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Right. And resurfacing using a shave and pave method would also require longer lane closures, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me, Dr. Yuzurowski, that unless potential safety concerns are raised as an issue, it's reasonable for a municipality to consider options regarding roadway maintenance based on cost to the taxpayer.
Well, that I think this is a very important aspect. However, I was informed, particularly during the second meeting, very clearly what the position of the city was.
And we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, okay.
My question is that it was reasonable for the city, unless a clear potential safety issue is identified, to consider the cost to the taxpayer when making decisions regarding roadway maintenance. Is that fair to say?
I would say the cost aspect was definitely a very important aspect of the cost and environmental aspect. Yes.
Right. And in addition to the cost, the inconvenience to roadway users is an important consideration as well. Would you agree with me?
Correct. Agree.
Okay. If we could please go to OD 8, image 78, please. And you can take down the February notes. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. If we could pull out paragraph 214. This is your email to some of your colleagues at Golders, which is sent on March 14th about the March 9th meeting at the city, correct?
Correct.
And I think you said the purpose of this email was to document the key points of your discussion with the city at the March 9th meeting.
Correct.
And the third paragraph of that email, we could pull that out, please, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. The third paragraph of the email, you state, I recommended using skidabrator or shot blasting, at least the worst areas indicated in Tradewinds scientific report, to improve friction of the current surface if they delay resurfacing. Marco rejected the idea for various reasons. And so this summarizes your recommendation to city staff at the March 9th meeting, particularly with respect to the frictional characteristics.
Okay, correct. This is what I said in the email.
And at this point, Dr. Yuzurowski, you understood that the resurfacing was scheduled to take place at some point in 2018.
I think I was informed during that meeting that it was rescheduled to 2019.
And okay, so they tell you that it might be in 2019, but you don't provide any deadline by which the city should implement interim measures if there was to be a delay in the resurfacing.
No, I didn't, because to me, the position of the city was very clear. I was informed that the city would not do anything for because that would admit the issue with the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and the city would get the blame. So the position was very clear.
So, and again, we're going to talk about that, but is your evidence that because you heard Mr. Audi say that you didn't bother providing any deadline by which the city should implement interim measures? You didn't think it was important to mention that to them?
I think, you know, the deadline was not discussed. What Mr. Audi said and Mr. Beck confirmed, it was very clear to me that the city decided to do nothing. No matter, you know, no matter what I recommended, well, no matter what I said, the city was very clear, will do nothing.
And your email doesn't state that you informed the city that if they don't do something, if the resurfacing is delayed, that there may be potential safety issues on the roadway. Your email does not state that.
No, my email only says what, you know, what I recommended. I recommended interim action to be taken, and I you know, they knew about, you know, other aspects. I'm not a safety consultant. I didn't talk about those aspects. I only focus on my area. I said, in the interim, you can do skid braiding or shot blasting to address the issue, and that was it. I didn't talk about any other aspect. I'm not a safety consultant. I'm not allowed to talk about it.
But let's be clear about what you said. You didn't say the city should do interim measures or should take interim measures. You said they should take interim measures if the resurfacing is delayed, but you don't provide a timeline or a deadline by which they need to implement those measures.
Yeah, because I thought that, you know, they would do it in 2018, and then you know, another you know, at least they, I think the conclusion was that it would be delayed. So I said, so that was my recommendation: do something to address the issue, of relatively low friction numbers. It was very simple, very clear, and I got very clear response.
Okay, and again, we're going to talk about Mr. Audi's comments that you heard, but I just want to be very clear about your evidence that at that March 9th meeting, you didn't tell the city that if they don't take interim measures, that there may be potential safety concerns. I know you're not a safety expert, and so I want to confirm that you did not tell them that at any point in the March 9th meeting.
I think, as I mentioned, as I said before, that, you know, city people are very savvy bureaucrats, and there are some aspects that they will not talk about, you know, safety or other. So I only said what I knew. You have this relatively low trade wind friction numbers in trade wind report. You can improve. You should improve them using the treatment that I recommended. So that was my focus, and immediately I got very clear answers. So I knew the discussion was over. My point was delivered, and the response was very clear to me. The city decided to do nothing. Okay, no matter what I recommended and concerned, the city decided to do nothing.
Your email goes on to state, Dr. Yuzerowski, that Mr. Audi rejected the idea for various reasons. And it was only from Mr. Audi that you heard that the city was not going to take action because of concerns from liability, right?
No. Mr. Audi was the first one to say that, and then Mr. Mike Beck confirmed this or repeated the same statement about this city.
That's not what your email states, right? Your email states Marco rejected the idea for various reasons.
This is what my email said, but I'm telling you, I remember this thing 100%. I have a very clear picture. I knew who was sitting where, and Mr. Audi said first, and then Mr. Beck confirmed this.
And as I understand it, your recommendation of shot blasting, that would, it's essentially a surface treatment, right? That abrades away the surface of the pavement. That's what shot blasting does in simple terms?
Yes, this is the form of let's say, we call it retexturing or surface treatment to improve, that was only to improve frictional characteristic or friction numbers only.
Right. And in a resurfacing, whether it's a shaven pave or a hot in place, the surface layer of the pavement changes, right?
Yes, correct.
Right. And so you lose the benefit of shot blasting if you resurface immediately afterwards. So if I shot blast on one day,
I understand. Yes. Oh, yeah. That's obvious. You shot blast this thing and you come and resurface, and the benefit is gone. But that was for that period between that particular day and the resurfacing.
And so fair to say that, again, unless there was a potential safety concern identified, it would not be a good use of public funds for the city to pay for shot blasting, only then to resurface a few months later.
Well, this is their interpretation. I please keep in mind that I knew about what police said. I knew about that article in the Hamilton Spectator about fatalities. And also I knew that when Emilia was doing the testing, there were 3 bumper to bumper collisions there. So that was my concern, was of just interim. Don't wait, do it now.
Right. So Dr. Yuzurowski, you were aware that the police had concerns about the slipperiness of the pavement. You read the article that Dr. Hines sent you, or Mr. Hines sent you. And despite that, at no point did you raise potential safety concerns about the roadway if interim measures were not taken prior to resurfacing.
I was talking to people who knew very well, who knew much better about this than I did, because these people live there, they work there, they read the newspaper, they watch the TV, they knew much better the situation. And as I mentioned, these people don't talk about safety and collisions. They knew exactly the situation. They knew exactly what I was talking about. And my focus was do this narrow piece, didn't talk about other aspects. If you do this, you will address this one item. It would never harm. It could only make things better if they did what I recommended.
So, Dr. Wazowski, we're going to hear from the city witnesses at this meeting. What I'm interested in is what you thought and what you said. And I'm correct that you did not identify for the city that if they delay resurfacing and don't put in interim measures, that there may be potential safety concerns.
Yes, I don't want to repeat. I talk about one item. I talked to people who knew extremely well about the condition and all these aspects that you talk. I'm not a safety consultant. I didn't know anything about FEMA reports, etc. I knew, about that one item, and I recommended, please do this thing. I talked to these are very senior people in the city. These are managers, senior managers, very senior people. They know the situation. They know exactly what I was talking about.
These managers, these senior people, none of them are friction experts, correct? You're the friction expert in the room.
I'm not a friction expert. I was hired to do, but I think they all understood very well what I was talking about. And during the my presentation, during the meeting, I presented the numbers 2007, 2013. It was very clear. They knew exactly what the conversation was about. They knew exactly.
Your email states that Mr. Audi rejected your idea for shot blasting for various reasons. And your email does not record what those various reasons are. But you do recall that one of those reasons, and I expect Mr. Audi will testify to this, that he did not agree with your recommendation to use a skid abrader or a shot blaster because it was not a good use of public funds, given that the road was scheduled to be resurfaced.
You know, whatever Mr. Audi says, it's his statement. It was Mr. Audi and Mr. Beck, but you know, we didn't talk about funds. The response that I got was clear that the city couldn't do anything because it would admit that there was a problem with the Red Hill Valley, and the city would get the blame. This is it. There wasn't any discussion about using public funds, but that decision not to do anything in order not to get the blame. That's what I remember, and it was 100%. I remember exactly what they said.
But your email doesn't state that.
No, it doesn't. But I told Mr. Gord Maguire, because at that time this is I put this thing. I didn't know whether I should how to state this, but when I met with Mr. Gord Maguire, I told him what the city told me, what I was told by the city.
Right, and that was in December of 2018, right?
Correct.
Several months after the March 9th meeting.
Correct.
And in this email on March 14th, when you're emailing your colleagues about the key points from your discussion on March 9th, you don't mention that Mr. Marco rejected the idea for liability reasons.
No, it's not in my email, but I talked to my colleagues. I talked to our legal people. I talked to senior management and senior technical people. I told them what I was told by the city.
And after you speak to senior management and council, again, you don't send any emails to Mr. Audi, Mr. Beck, anyone at the city to express your concerns about the comments that they made. Is that correct?
That's correct. I saw no point of sending an email to them, telling them about what they told me. I said, very senior people. They knew what they wanted to convey to me. It was very clear. So I saw no point of writing to them and saying, oh, this is what the city told me. To me, these were very senior people at the meeting, and before was Mr. Moore was the director of engineering, the highest position I knew about the city, and then the rest.
Mr. Moore wasn't at that part of the meeting, correct?
No, he was not. He left early. He
Right.
left, let's say not early, no, before this conversation.
Right. But you'd agree with me, Dr. Yuzurowski, that if you hear from a client that they don't want to take remedial measures because of liability reasons, and if you had concerns about safety, regardless of whether you're a safety expert or not, if you had concerns about safety, you would send a follow-up email, keeping in mind the standards of practice that we talked about earlier this week.
I think I discussed this thing, as I told you, with our senior management, our legal. I told them what I did, and there was no point for me, in my opinion, to send any email to the city people telling them what they told me. To me, it was very clear. It was the city's decision not to do anything, to avoid not to show that because it would show that there was an issue and they would get the blame. It was very clear. I conveyed this thing to our senior management and to our legal people.
Right. It was their decision not to take interim measures, and it was your decision not to advise them of any potential safety concerns that may arise from that decision.
I'm not, as I told you, I'm not a safety consultant, but I told them what I was told and what the city position on this thing was. So I conveyed that message, and you know, for me it's very clear. The city tells me we will not do anything. Okay, because this was it. That was the city's decision. So no point of writing to anybody and discussing this. That was very clear.
But you'd agree with me that in order to make an informed decision, the city needs to understand the consequences of that decision.
I think these are very intelligent people, very senior people. They know what they are doing and the consequences. They knew about the situation on the Red Hill Valley Parkway much better than I did. So I only brought this one tiny item to their attention. They knew this thing much better than I did, and the potential, safety risks. They didn't discuss this thing with me. That was not their intention. They only conveyed the message.
Dr. Rosowski, at this point, you were retained to provide analysis about the frictional characteristics of the pavement, correct?
Yeah, and I stated very clearly what my opinion was, what my recommendation was. I repeated it a number of times that, what should be done. And, not only I provided the contact with contractors, the price, everything that I could do. And I repeated this thing a number of times. So I think for me, it was very clear and they knew clearly what they should do. But they decided not to follow my advice. I can provide advice, but this is the only thing I can do. I cannot force them to follow my advice.
Okay, well, let's look at your conclusions and recommendations in the pavement surface and aggregate evaluation report. And so you'll recall that in December, Mr. McGuire asked you to provide Golder with a copy of the report. And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, go to GOL 6699. And if we just make that a bit bigger, maybe it's just me, but it seems small. And so this email from December 13th from you to Ms. Rizvi, during which you ask her, you provide her with a copy of the draft evaluation of pavement surfaces and aggregates report, and you ask her to review and format it. And so did you do the first draft of the report?
I believe so. If I asked Ms. Rabia Rizvi to review it, so I believe that I did the initial version of the report. Yes.
Okay. And you also send the draft, or you say that you need to send the draft to Michael and Tony. And Michael, that refers to Dr. Mayer, your mentor?
Yes, correct.
And you previously consulted with him after the March 9th meeting, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And also I talked to him before that meeting that I had with Mr. Gord McGuire.
Right, so that's later on. We're in December 13th.
I think it was before that time that
Okay.
I talked to him.
Yeah,
I think it was somewhere around, I don't recall, like the 7th or December the 7th or 9th, something like that time. I mean, with Dr. Marr, yes.
Right. And the Tony in this email, that refers to Tony Lenari, Golder's in-house counsel, is that right?
Correct.
And if we go to PAM 54182, this is the draft dated December 17th that you provide to Mr. McGuire. And so by this point, you've provided the draft report to Ms. Risby, Dr. Mayer, Mr. Lenari for their review, correct?
Correct.
And I believe at this point you had already also spoken to the Golder Project Risk Committee about the hot in place feasibility study, correct?
Oh, this is not hot in place feasibility study. That's a different subject. Hot in place recycling was a different subject.
Yes, I understand, but you had spoken to them about the discussions around hot in place on the Red Hill by this point.
Yeah, I would have to check the dates, but that was a totally different subject. The hot in place recycling was a different subject. That was this innovative technology to be used. So it had nothing to do with this subject.
Okay. And before you sent this report to Mr. McGuire, you reviewed a copy of it?
I did, yes.
Right. And you reviewed it to make sure that it was accurate?
Yes, yeah, this is the purpose of review.
Right. And you reviewed it to make sure it was complete? Was it missing anything important?
No, it was, that was not the final one. Because I delivered this thing in a draft format when I met with Mr. McGuire on the following day.
Right, it was a draft report, I understand that. But when you reviewed the draft report before you gave it to Mr. McGuire, you reviewed it for accuracy, you've told me, and you also reviewed it to make sure it wasn't missing anything important, correct?
Yeah, I reviewed this in just, that was enough, in my opinion, the right information for the draft report.
Okay.
To meet with Mr. McGuire, yes.
Okay, and if we go to image 2, and if we could please pull out the last paragraph under analysis and interpretation. Sorry, the one below that, actually. Thank you. And so here you're summarizing the prior discussions that you've had with the city. And you state, number one, that the traffic on the Red Hill significantly exceeds the level it was designed for in terms of axle load and number of vehicles. And you note that this accelerates the pavement deterioration. And so here it was important for you to summarize what you've previously told the city, correct? That's why you're providing that information.
Yes, this is correct. These two items I included in my draft report, yes.
Right. You also talk about at item 2 there that the monitoring stations showed that speed on the Red Hill is being significantly exceeded and that a relatively low percentage of drivers follow the posted speed limit. And you note that speeding increases the skid exponentially. And again, here you're summarizing your prior discussions with the city.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And in the last paragraph, Mr. Registrar, I wonder if we could pull up the rest of that paragraph just for completeness from the subsequent page. Perfect. And the last paragraph states, as discussed with the city, if there is a concern with frictional characteristics, and then it goes on to talk about skid resistance and shot blasting. It does not state there is a concern with frictional characteristics. And you'd agree with me, Dr. Yuzurowski, that anyone reading this draft report would understand that by December 2018, Golder had not reached a conclusion as to whether there was an actual concern with the frictional characteristics of the red hill?
This is what we discussed before, and MTO positioned them. Friction numbers, like whether it's Fn, Sn, Gn, etc. This is only one aspect. Frictional characteristics, or because I remember we use frictional characteristics as overall picture. Friction numbers are this one piece. So for frictional characteristics, we would have to. Frictional characteristics are much wider. And this is basically what, for instance, Dr. John Emery showed in his presentation, what items impact frictional characteristics. So for me, these friction numbers are this one piece. So I think it would require a safety expert to evaluate this. I could only tell about this one thing. The numbers that I tested and the numbers that I consider to be relatively low and had concern. This is only one item of what is called frictional performance or pavement performance, frictional characteristics. This is only one piece of that subject.
Right.
That was my approach. This is how I understand. Maybe it's not very fortunate statement, but this is my approach, and this is what is generally considered by the industry.
Right, but so you would agree with me then that this report does not state that Golder did have a concern with the frictional characteristics. It does not state that.
No, it says what it says. Later on, I think we change this thing when we discuss
I'm going to take you to that, but I want to talk about the draft report right now.
Yeah.
It does not state that Golder has a concern. And you've told us why that is, because there's a number of factors that go into frictional characteristics, and friction values are just a small component of that.
Yeah, that's correct. Like I was thinking only about this one component. Yes.
Right. And this report does not state that the city should consult with safety experts because friction values are only one component of frictional characteristics, and there may be a concern. It doesn't state that either.
No, it doesn't.
And if we could keep this, maybe just the first page of this draft up, please, Mr. Registrar, and go to GOL 3050. After you send this draft report, you have a number of back and forth discussions with Mr. McGuire, and Mr. Lewis took you through those. I'm not going to take you back through those, but I want to talk about this January 20th, 2019 email from Mr. McGuire, and particularly the last paragraph, which again traverses between 2 pages. But you'll see the last paragraph, Mr. McGuire is commenting on the use of if in the draft report. And he states, lastly, your comments surround frictional characteristics are not helpful. The city asked for clarity as Golder stated that the friction concerns were still valid. Yet on the other hand, Golder states if there is a concern with the frictional characteristics. These statements don't fully align, as the first implies there is a concern, and the second suggests that there may be a concern. And your evidence this week was that the final draft of the report was revised as a result of these discussions with Mr. McGuire and specifically his request for clarity. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can talk, can you zoom in? Because, it's
Sure.
so tiny.
Certainly, Mr. Registrar.
Yeah, I apologize. But first of all, I didn't send it to him. I hand deliver this thing to Mr. McGuire, that report.
Okay.
Yeah. I know it's minor thing, but just clarify.
No, I appreciate the accuracy. And Mr. Registrar, if you could pull out the last paragraph of the email. So your evidence earlier this week was that as a result of these comments and discussions you had with Mr. McGuire, generally, the final draft of the report was revised, correct?
Yes, this statement, if there is a concern, was in the draft report, but the friction concern were still valid. This is what I told Mr. McGuire when I met with him face to face.
Right. And if we could please take the email down, keep the draft report that we have up, and also pull up the final draft at GOL 10006610. Oh, I'm sorry, GOL 6610. And so this is the email from March 1st, 2019, from you to Mr. McGuire, where you attach the final version of the report. And this is, of course, after the trading report has been released to the public.
So, you know, I know that this is the email that show where that I sent the final version of the report to Mr. McGuire, and that was sometime after that meeting.
Well, it was quite a long time after that meeting. This you sent on March 1st, 2019. Your meeting was December 18th, and his email to you that we just saw, where he's seeking clarity, that was January 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay, and if we can take that email down, please, and go to GOL 6612, that's the final report. And if we could go to image 3. And on the draft report, on the left-hand side of the screen, Mr. Registrar, if we could go to image 3 as well. And Dr. Wiesorowski, if at any point you need to review, or if you want us to make it bigger, let us know. So the draft report has part of the paragraph on image 2 and part of it on image 3. So I don't know if you can call out, Mr. Registrar, the paragraphs on that side of the screen for that document, and also call out the paragraph underneath the table on the final draft.
Well, thank you. See better.
So if we can, maybe move that up a little bit, and then, or down, whatever, and then pull out both this top paragraph and the last line on the page before of the draft report. Okay, I take it you can't pull out or call out the rest of the paragraph on image 3 of that draft report, Mr. Registrar?
No, so you can only do one page at a time.
No problem. Okay, so Dr. Wiesorowski, on the left side of the screen, we have the draft report that we've already looked at with the if comment. And on the bottom of the screen, we have that called out. On the right side of the screen, we have the final report and the paragraph that was revised to respond to Mr. McGuire's request for clarity. And you'll see that the language is changed as follows. So the original draft read, as discussed with the city, if there is a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the Red Hill, an immediate effective solution would be to carry out shot blasting and skid abrading. And the second paragraph, that's again in the final report and updated to respond to Mr. McGuire's concern, states, as was brought to the city's attention a number of times previously, an immediate effective treatment to address a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the Red Hill would be to carry out shot blasting and skid abrading. And Mr. Registrar, if you could just keep the top call out and you can drop the bottom one just to make it a bit bigger. So the revised report, Dr. Yuzurowski, the final report does not state the concern or Golder's concern. It simply says a concern, correct?
Yes, but please know that that was after the meeting. Mr. Maguire informed me about SEMA, that the city hired a safety consultant, and he told me safety, geometry. I didn't know about, friction. He didn't know, but I knew that they hired a safety consultant, and also he asked me to remove, and then he asked me to remove the item talking about speed and volume. So when we wrote this thing, we had much more information about what happened there. And also I discussed this final version with our legal people, with senior management, as senior technical people. So but basically we knew more about the situation, and we found out about SEMA, and the decision from the legal part was, okay, remove, we can change it because the situation is different than a few months ago.
Sorry, the situation is different. You mean from the first draft where you said if there was a concern, and the final draft where you say, to address a concern, the difference in circumstances was that you became aware that SEMA was retained to do a safety review of the Red Hill. And as a result of that, you did not identify in the final report any concerns that Golder had about the frictional characteristics of the Red Hill. Is that your evidence?
That was SEMA's part, the safety aspect, and that was SEMA's part, not ours. And we knew, I was informed about this thing clearly by Mr. Maguire during the meeting.
So I understand that the city had engaged SEMA, but this report is about Golder's views and Golder's recommendations. And my question to you, sir, is that this does not state that Golder had concerns about the frictional characteristics of the SMA.
I think those concerns were expressed by safety consultant, by SEMA. So,
I'm not, Dr. Yuzurowski, I'm not asking about SEMA. I'm asking about Golder's concerns. We'll have a chance to talk to SEMA. Right now, I'm asking you about Golder.
I think, we discussed internally this, what we should state in the report, and based on the information that actually we had more information about this is how we decided to change this statement. And for me, it's fully justified that the situation is different. We have more information. Now we know about SEMA, we know what Mr. Maguire wanted us to remove. So therefore we've made this change.
And so you made this change to reflect your views at the time, correct?
Yeah, at the time of finalizing.
Right. And Mr. Lewis asked you whether should consider has any particular meaning in engineering consulting. And your evidence was that it means it should be done. And here in the final report, it states shot blasting and skid abrading would be effective solutions. And so here, again, in the final report, after being expressly asked by the city to clarify whether Golder has any concerns about the frictional characteristics of the Red Hill, your report states an immediate effective treatment to address a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the Red Hill would be to carry out shot blasting and skid abrading. It does not state that the city should consider these remedial steps, correct?
I think the city knew very well.
Asking what Golder's recommendation was at the time, Dr. Yuzurowski, not what SEMA was doing or not what the city understood. I want to understand what you put in this report and what Golder's views and recommendations were.
I think this statement is very clear. An effective treatment of concern would be to carry out shot blasting. So it's like, for me, from my engineering background point of view, it was very clear what would be done. What if there was an immediate effective to address that concern would be to do this.
Right, you're talking about.
I delivered the tools how to do it.
Right, so you're commenting on the efficacy of the remedial measures, but you don't state that the city should consider doing these interim measures, correct?
Yeah, this is like, the language. Also, please realize that at that time, I knew exactly what the city's position was on not doing this thing. So, as we discussed, we were we thought that this statement was correct.
Okay, and Dr. Yuzurowski, you would agree with me that anyone reading this report, the final report, would not read this to mean that by March 2019, Golder had reached a clear conclusion as to whether there was an actual concern with the frictional characteristics of the Red Hill. Not what the city knew, not what SEMA was doing. I'm asking you about Golder's perspective and Golder's conclusion.
So, I'm sorry, what could you repeat what exactly your question was?
Certainly. My question, Dr. Yuzurowski, is that you would agree with me that anyone reading this final report would not read it to mean that by March 2019, Golder had reached a clear conclusion as to whether there was an actual concern with the frictional characteristics of the Red Hill.
I think we're still, going back to the, for us was, the safety consultant was the guy to decide what, whether there was any safety issue or related to frictional characteristics. My point of view and Golder's point of view was to deliver a solution for this narrow item. For this friction numbers, this is what you do. I'm not a safety consultant. I'm not even allowed to do this sort of analysis. This is not my job. That's a huge subject. So I just focus on this narrow thing. This is how you can improve this particular aspect. So improve this one. Whether I'm not saying that it will solve all the problem. No, you will only improve this. You will not harm it. It can only get better. Okay, that was my point of view, and this is what I discussed with our senior people.
Right. And Dr. Yuzurowski, this doesn't say that the city should speak to a safety expert, but based on the relatively low friction values, that there may be concerns about the frictional characteristics.
I shouldn't tell them that the city should talk to safety experts. Why I knew that they hired a safety consultant. I was very clearly told during the meeting that almost like, that's none of your business. We have safety consultants, we have geometry consultants, none of your business, that aspect. I think for me, it was very clear. Sorry.
The purpose of this engagement, Dr. Yuzurowski, was to provide Golder's evaluation on the pavement surface and aggregate. Correct?
Yes, we did. That was the evaluation report. Yes, that we originally generated. Yes. And
indeed, that's what you provided, and you gave Golder's views or lack thereof with respect to any concerns about the pavement surface of the Red Hill or the frictional characteristics of the pavement surface of the Red Hill specifically?
I think you make it bigger than what we really did. We focused on this again, like, yes, one thing was this structural condition of the pavement, visual condition, etc. Another was this narrow part of friction numbers. That was our comment, and this is what we considered, what we focused on, and this is actually the only part that we could say about.
Thank you. Switching gears a bit, I understand that you were familiar with ARA in 2013, correct?
ARA 2000, yeah, I knew ARA, yes.
And they are, as I understand, a scientific research and engineering company. And certainly in 2013, that's what they did as well.
Oh, it's a consultant. It's a consulting company.
And it provides, as part of its consulting services, pavement engineering research.
You know, I don't really monitor what kind of research they do. For me, it was just, you know, I knew them. It was a consulting company, so
sure.
that you know, specialized in pavements.
You understood that they provide similar services as Golder with respect to pavement engineering services.
Somewhat similar. They don't really do, you know, we don't cover exactly the same subjects. You know, they are a little bit different. We are a little bit different. So, yeah, but you know, I knew them. I knew what they were doing.
Right. And so given the overlap in services, ARA was a competitor of Golder, correct?
You know, any consultant is a competitor, but I would call them, you know, we are, you know, it's a friendly competition. I knew them, and then we're good friends.
Sure. Mr. Registrar, if we could please go to OD6, image 71. Commission Counsel took you briefly to these exchanges from 2013, during which Dr. Henderson contacted the MTO to conduct friction testing on the Red Hill. I'm sorry, if we could go to, or we can just pull out the top two paragraphs. And that's the exchange with the MTO and with Dr. Henderson. And you'll see, of course, that the MTO specifically recommends that Golder get a quotation from ARA because they have the same equipment. And your evidence was that although you weren't copied on this, that Dr. Henderson kept you informed about the MTO's recommendation to contact ARA, but that no one from Golder's contacted ARA to see if they could conduct friction testing on the Red Hill, correct?
I wouldn't say that, you know, MTO specifically recommended ARA. They just let me know that ARA had the same piece of equipment, and yeah, that they use
the word recommend.
Recommend, yeah, they say recommend, but you know, I wouldn't say specifically that, you know, they just you know, offered another company that, you know, not company, because MTO is not a company, another body or provider that can do the testing.
Okay. So you don't read recommend, you get a quotation from ARA as the MTO recommending ARA.
No, I think it was very late in the year. It was in November, and I knew that there was only one locked wheel tester in Ontario, so they would have to bring this thing from the States. And I don't remember exactly the date of this thing. It was somewhere in November. So
this
it would take, we thought, okay, I was looking for another alternative, somebody who can do it here in Ontario.
Right, and your evidence was that you understood from your time working at the John Emery shop that ARA would have to bring the equipment from the US, but you didn't have any knowledge of ARA's ability to do friction testing at that time in 2013, correct?
Yeah, I knew that there was only one piece of this equipment in Ontario, so my conclusion was that they would have to bring it from the States.
Right, and you didn't contact ARA to check whether they would be able to obtain the equipment or whether they had the equipment available in Ontario?
No, I didn't. I think it was obvious conclusion that, at this time of the year, that would, because I think it was late November. So for me, it was, a clear conclusion to reach to somebody who can do it quickly for us. I didn't talk. So
right. And so you directed Dr. Henderson to contact Tradewind instead of checking in with ARA.
Correct.
And Mr. Commissioner, I think those are my questions, but if I could just have a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And those are all my questions. Dr. Yuzarski, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I think Ms. Roberts, you have the podium such as it is.
Thank you. Dr. Yuzarski, I just want to take you through a couple of points from the testimony you just gave. Counsel for Hamilton identified that it took you quite a while to finalize the pavement evaluation report. You delivered the draft in December, and then the final report gets actually delivered in March, I think, of 2019. Why did it take so long to deliver a final pavement evaluation report to the City of Hamilton?
One thing is, first, we delivered the draft just before Christmas. So obviously there was some, Christmas break and New Year break. That's one aspect, that's real life. And then we look at this thing, and we had to look carefully at all aspects. And we had a few versions with this, and I consulted this thing not only with our senior management people and legal people, but also with my senior technical colleagues, just to make sure that it is it was correct, the final version. It wasn't easy. There were a few aspects that we really had to carefully consider.
Okay, so that internal evaluation, internal review is the reason. And why was that so protracted?
Because I think first of all the subject was complex, like to talk about PSV and other aspects, to look at this thing. And at the same time, I would put my thoughts, would send it for review to my colleagues. They would send it back. Then I would look whether I reviewed or not. I would make changes. I would send it back to them, and it's not, this people are very busy. They don't respond right away. It takes some time, but at the same time, in my opinion, that was not simple. We had to, justify. For instance, only the simple aspect was the macro texture, because we measured this is it. But the other aspects, we had to really put a lot of, thinking and attention. What our opinion about this thing was.
Okay, thank you. I'll move along. You mentioned at various times in your testimony your experience with airports, and I want to address that briefly if I can. How is it that issues with frictional performance on a runway are identified and addressed?
Oh, as you know, I do a lot of airports, and any issues identified by airports are typically addressed, I would say, immediately or almost immediately. So it's typical if a pilot or operation people raise some issue, then it is addressed promptly, whether it's not friction, one item, or any bumps, any this sort of thing. So I'm used to this, that if there is any issue observed, they react promptly. They often, sometimes they ask me my opinion. I provide a recommendation, and it's done. So it's not dragged forever. They may discuss, with me whether I agree with this, what I would, what my recommendation would be, but it's typically done promptly. It's not delayed.
Okay, and so if a pilot identifies a feeling of slippery, then there's a response. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they have to respond immediately.
And is your experience working with airports is how you knew about the application of a skid abrader or a blast track? Is that the case?
Blast track, I saw blast track used during 2004 presentation conference. I delivered a presentation in the US. There was a presentation by blast track, but I was very familiar with skid abrader. Skid abrader comes from Louisiana twice a year here, and it's used by a number of airports for rubber removal first, but mainly for to improve frictional characteristic, to improve micro and macro texture, and it's extremely effective, quick, and cost effective.
Thank you. Okay, jumping to a different piece of the evidence, I want to cover off a point that I raised way back in April when you last testified. This is in relation to the construction of the pavement on the Red Hill. One of the question I had asked you at the time, and I want to repeat it now, is in the course of your subsequent work on the Red Hill, were you able to confirm that the asphalt on the Red Hill generally conformed to the TRO asphalt mix design?
So we took large, or let's say not we took, the city took, or the city hired a contractor to take a lot of samples from the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and those samples were delivered to our laboratory in 2018, and we tested those samples. And then as part of this assignment, we did, I think, main gradation analysis, because gradation was to determine if hot in place recycling was feasible, but at the same to verify the quality. And then we compared this thing to the TRO mix design, but also to the quality assurance testing results. So, in that report, I show a plot of gradation. So also other characteristics like volumetrics, voids, etc., asphalt cement content, but mainly gradation gradation, and I compare gradation with of those samples recovered from the pavement with the QA samples. And, I think we noticed that, in my opinion, that was very good. We're extremely close to what was in the QA. With, I think the main difference was we're a bit higher on dust content, about 2% higher in those 2018 samples, 2018 sample testing results compared to quality assurance testing in 2007. So that would indicate that there was additional dust generated in the SMA due to some abrasion of the aggregate. It wasn't high, it was a very good quality aggregate, but there was some additional dust generated in the SMA, obviously due to, I don't know if you want to elaborate a little bit, because, yes, sorry.
Can I get you to pause on the issue of dust and just complete the thought without all the technical detail, because not all of us are as technical as you are, Dr. Zurawski. What I want to know is whether, in your opinion, what was actually constructed on the Red Hill, that asphalt generally conformed with the mixed design.
Oh, definitely. I think it was very, very, very close to what it should be. Actually, I was even surprised how close it was.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'll turn you loose on the issue of dust. So you're saying there was more dust when when the asphalt was pulled up in 2018. Why? What does that indicate to you?
So first, maybe, dust is what we call the passing 75 micron sieve. So this is what we call dust. And as stone, SMA is a stone, very stony mix. So what we call it stone on stone contact. So, each time a heavy vehicle passes, that stone touches stone, and nothing happens under one pass. But, roughly, over a period of, it was like 11 years, there were millions of passes. I think roughly we evaluated, like, for this 70,000 AADTs roughly and 50% track over this period of time, that we probably about 16 or 18 million easels applications. So each time stone touches stone, stone touches stone, so it abrades, even if it's very good. The aggregate was excellent, but it's still abrades. And this is what generates this, addition. This dust didn't come from anywhere. This dust only came from this slight some abrasion of the aggregate.
Okay, so when I think about abrasion on a pavement, I think about it as being the surface and what I think you've described as polishing. But what you're describing here is the internal abrasion within the asphalt from all of those wheel passes. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, correct. The polishing will occur on the surface, yeah. But within the 40 millimeters of SMA, this will be, and then not only SMA, also the other part, other layers will also go through the same process, but particularly SMA is where the contact is. So each time it will slowly, it will somewhat abrade and generate this additional dust.
Okay, so later in 2017, 2018, as part of the pavement evaluation work, when you send that aggregate away to Ireland for the PSV testing and it comes back at 45, is the internal abrasion part of why that result might have been that result of 45, that medium as you described it, is there a causal connection between the two?
Yes, because this aggregate that we recovered in 2000, in the middle of 2018, was not the same aggregate that was originally used, or not what we call virgin aggregate that was used in 2007. So, because 2007, and typically when we test PSVs on virgin material taken from the stockpile and the quarry, but if this thing is in the pavement for 10 or 11 years, this is not the same material. So it's not also from abrasion, other characteristics. So this material has changed, and particularly under such a extremely heavy traffic.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to jump ahead to a different point, and that is in the 2015 SEMA report, they identified potential contributing factors to collisions, including inadequate skid resistance as one potential. And we listened to SEMA's evidence on this. They identified inadequate skid resistance, and then they give us a bracket of surface polishing, bleeding, and contamination. Just staying with the bleeding and contamination, did you ever observe, well, let me ask first of all, bleeding and contamination means what?
Oh, bleeding is, it's a, more severe term of flushing. So bleeding means that there is free asphalt cement visible on the surface of the layer. So so it's for, dense graded mixes. Typically for SMA, we call it fat spots. And contamination, so, it can be like oil or I don't know, dust or something, but I have a lot of photos in the report, and even we can go on Google Earth. There was not a single spot on that pavement that would exhibit any bleeding or fat spots. There was not a square inch of fat spots of bleeding, and actually, when OMPA had a bus tour on that pavement in 2007, there were a lot of people impressed by the quality of SMA. Not a single spot of bleeding or contamination.
Thank you. Okay, and there's been evidence at various points about, and there's a reference in some SEMA correspondence about whether SMA can be treated. So let me ask the question to you. Is there anything particular about SMA that would make it unsuitable for a surface treatment like microsurfacing?
No, I don't. I don't see any concern. It would change. Obviously, it would change the appearance. Yes, because it's like it's a coating.
Right.
It's a coating. It's thin coating, but it would change the appearance. But you would need an expert to recognize in this the difference in appearance. So experts will recognize, but typically, like the drivers would not see any difference. So there was not any a particular concern with using microsurfacing. And microsurfacing is being used everywhere, including airports. So.
But my question is can you use microsurfacing on SMA?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Okay, I want to go to the 2014 GOLA report. And in the context for that, and you've given evidence on it, is that you were told that the police had identified that the surface was slippery, and we've gone through that evidence. I don't want to particularly take you to it. There's evidence as well that the ramps in particular were identified as being slippery. Were the ramps constructed of SMA, the asphalt?
Only one ramp, where that was the ramp where SMA test strip was done, but the other ramps were paved with super paved 12.5 FC2 mix.
And that was with the same aggregate and the same asphalt cement?
Yes, the aggregate was the same. That was the mixed aggregate, and the asphalt cement was PG 70 minus 28.
Okay. And as part of the trade wind testing, you asked them to test some of the ramps as well. Is that true?
Yes, this is correct.
Okay, I want to go to that. If a registrar, could you please pull up Golder 2981 and image, I think it's 105. Okay, so if a registrar, could you please call up the that chart at the bottom? All right, Dr. Uzorowski, is this the friction testing conducted by Tradewind on the ramps?
Yes, it is.
So and which is the FC2 and which is the SMA ramp here?
Oh, Green Hill off ramp and Green Hill on ramp. These are the ramps that incorporated FC2 or SuperPEG 12.5 FC2 mix, and Stone Church off ramp. I think this is the ramp where the SMA test strip was carried out.
Okay. And so just let's stay on the Green Hill and the Green Hill ramps, because that would reflect or potential, assuming that the FC2 on these ramps had the same properties as the FC2 on the other ramps. What are your observations of the friction numbers?
Oh, the friction numbers on both ramps, in my opinion, were very good. Oh, good. Yes, I know. I shouldn't use very. Well, yeah, very good.
Okay. So does this, would this, and this is, do these high friction numbers indicate that likely surface friction is not a material factor in the experience of poor frictional performance?
In my opinion, the friction numbers as measured are good. So they, on the ramps, they didn't contribute to overall issues with frictional characteristics, the friction numbers themselves.
So that's exactly the point I'm trying to get at. You've given evidence that friction is one component in performance. And so here, if you've got good friction numbers, and yet you've got police saying the ramps are slippery, what does that suggest to you?
Oh, that's clearly, suggests to me that, the friction numbers as measured, this is only one item in this large number of factors that contribute to the potential of RAM being slippery. So this is this only one item that I mentioned before. John Emery showed, large number of factors, the impact. This is only one factor that doesn't, in this case, it didn't have any significant impact.
Okay, so is this an instance where the other factors contributing to frictional performance would have to be looked at very carefully?
Oh, definitely, yes.
You've been asked the question of whether it would have been useful to know about the SEMA report, and your evidence is that it would. But let me turn the question the other way. Would you think it would be useful for SEMA to have had the Tradewind report?
I think that it would be useful both ways.
But just staying with the ramps here, where we've got this called out, if SEMA had the Tradewind report and they had this data on the ramps, they could have focused their investigation on the other factors that you've referenced.
Oh, that's common sense, obviously. In me, definitely.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. You can take this down. So Council for Hamilton asked you on a number of occasions whether you had safety concerns about the Red Hill. I'm not gonna ask that question. I'm gonna ask a slightly different question. So let me start with, could it be the case that friction might be so low that that itself would be a safety concern? I think you described it as a red flag case. Could friction be so low that it itself was the red flag? And it's a hypothetical question.
Yeah. I think I think it could be if it was drastically low, like, I think what MTO mentioned, like, 20 or below, that would be low, or if there is any, like, oil spill or something that's, we sometimes observe that but it would have to be very low, very, very low.
So I take it by inference that these numbers were never so low that you were, let me ask this as a question. Did you consider the numbers, the friction numbers by themselves, a red flag?
No, I didn't.
Staying with the Golder report, one of the things you said is that if you'd had that SEMA report, that you might have included testing for macro texture in the 2014 Golder report. Can you remind us how macro texture is relevant to friction performance?
Oh, macro texture is one of the major factors, because particularly during wet weather condition, good macro texture provides the channels for water to dissipate and to avoid hydroplaning. So it is one of the, particularly for high speed, pavements with poor macro texture, there can be a lot of hydroplaning, and that would very negatively impact frictional characteristics. So, you need this channel for water to dissipate for high speed traffic.
Thank you. And later as part of the pavement evaluation report, Golder did test macro texture. What were your conclusions from that testing?
Macro texture was good. It was, on average, it was, I think, 1.25 millimeters. Typically for SMA, if it's 1 millimeter, it's good. So it was still, after so many years, the average macro texture was 1.25 millimeter, which in our opinion is good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go into a slightly different topic. Bear with me here. You gave testimony that in December and January that Gary Moore Mr. Moore was looking for the friction testing results, and you described yourself as stressed because you knew that he was looking for the results. Do you remember that?
December and January.
So December 2013 and January 2014, this is around the time when Mr. Moore is looking for the friction test results from Tradewind.
Yeah. So I recall it that Mr. Moore put some pressure, and he wanted to have the results as soon as possible, and even on one day, so by noon, he needed this thing by noon. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so let me ask this question then. If Mr. Moore had wanted information from Golder, would you have known about it?
You know, if he needed that, he would let me know. He asked me.
Thank you. I want to go forward in time to the meeting you had with Mr. Moore on February 7, where you present the results from the Golder investigation, the Golder report, just to frame reference for you. Your evidence was that Mr. Moore did not ask for an explanation about the correlation between grip number or friction number or what standards existed in North America at that time. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you were asked that by Commission Counsel, and that was your evidence.
Correct.
Is it possible in your mind that Mr. Moore would have asked for an explanation between grip number, friction number, standards, and you didn't respond?
No, it would be no. It was very clear. Like our meetings were very clear. What was discussed. I was fully aware.
Okay, going on to a different topic. So this is in relation to your proposal for a CTAA paper. So you remember in relation to the Golder report, you did an abstract in March of 2013, and then and it was rejected. And then you said if you didn't want to do it, you said that was it. However, here you raise it again in February 7, 2014. And let's go to it, perhaps OD6, image 100, paragraph 260. There it is. Can you just call it under in the notes, that first part, 6 years and CTAA? When you were asked this by Commission Counsel, you said when you were asked why you suggested doing another paper, you said it was because it would be a perfect topic. Why, after you've got a finding that the pavement has surface deterioration and the relatively low friction of the SMA, is it a perfect topic?
I think it's perfect, not in terms of everything is perfect. No, that was the reality. As you know, I wrote a lot of technical papers. I presented them, and it's important to show the reality to the industry. This is the way they learn. So they don't learn only from And actually, I was even asked, don't only show good examples, show examples that are not as good. How you dealt with this? And for me, it was, we had the results, we could show them, we could actually show that this is really perpetual pavement, because the cracking was only top-down cracking. The bottom was excellent, so didn't crack at the bottom, crack at the top. And at the same time, yes, the reality, we had the issue with there was some cracking, there was flooding, there was micro cracking, and this frictional characteristics that I consider relevant. So I like sharing this thing with the audience, and this is what the audience is interested in, because they may have similar issues, and they ask, they would ask, what it was, how you dealt with it. And I was asked by a number of members of the audience to tell us not only the good stuff, but also something that is not that good, the reality.
Thank you. Can we please go to Golder 2981, image 10. Thank you. Can you please call out 5, section 5? Thank you. I want to go to this one first. Okay, so you've been taken to this, and this is where you provide a comparison of the testing data that MTO did in 2007 with that done by Tradewin in 2013. I'm not going to go into what you did in order to provide that comparison. Commission counsel observed that the 2007 data was, he described as artificially low because of the effect of early low age friction on SMA asphalt. And he noted that your finding didn't say that the 2007 data would have reflected the early age friction. And here's my question. Did you understand that Mr. Moore knew about early age friction issue with SMA asphalt?
Of course, I think he did. Oh, about, you mean this during, just after construction, yes? I think he did.
Okay, can we please go down to the next section, which is 6? I think I need also the next page. Right. There we go. Yeah. Okay, and so these are part of the sorry, forgive me, I want to go somewhere else first. Could we please go to OD6, pages 92 and 93? Forgive me, Registrar, I will go back there, just not quite yet. Okay, the Tradewin report. So the Tradewin report's conclusions and recommendations are at the bottom of page 92 and the top of page 93. Registrar, can you please call out, those two sections so that we can see paragraph 242? Thank you. And I want to see the next page too. Thank you. Okay. So these are the Tradewin recommendations here, and I just want to draw your attention to where Tradewin writes the overall friction averages as measured by the grip tester were below or well below. There we are, the same UK investigatory levels. And he identifies the variability of the friction values. And he says, in addition, it should be noted, in addition to the overall low average grip number levels on this facility, there are some localized sections with quite low friction values reaching 27 to 30 in several areas. We recommend a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristic of the Red Hill Valley Parkway based on friction measurements recorded in the current survey. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and did you incorporate the Tradewin recommendations within the recommendations you provided in the Golder report?
I did, because I recommended remedial action that would address all those concerns.
And we'll get to it because we'll go to 6, but you don't recommend further friction testing to monitor the Red Hill. Why not?
Because in my opinion, we didn't need additional testing if my recommended remedial action was implemented, because that would be a new surface. I recommended microsurfacing. I knew it was excellent, provided excellent frictional characteristics, and so that would address all concerns. That would be surface costs with very good friction numbers. So there was no need to repeat the testing.
Thank you. Okay, so Registrar, now can we go please to OD6, page 97? Yeah, and 90. OD6, page 97. Right, and call out paragraph 253, please. So these are the Golder recommendations, and as you say, you do identify microsurfacing amongst the recommendations. I just want to go back and go through this in detail, and you have given this evidence, but your remedial recommendations are much more significant than microsurfacing. Can you just take us through that? So you're addressing a number of things here.
Yeah, so when I look at this thing, the objective was pavement evaluation. Friction was one aspect, but pavement evaluation. So, as I stated before, that was a perpetual pavement that was designed to last 50 years. It experienced, twice floodings and heavy traffic. So we look at the distresses and we observe this deeps, cracking, micro cracking, but the main thing was also the delamination. So that was the aspect that we had to address in our recommendation. And at the same time, that was relatively low friction numbers. So in my opinion, not only my opinion, I think it was a very good solution, because if we, one thing was this mill and overlay those areas with they were delaminating. But then for the rest, if we apply this thing, I think at relatively low cost, will solve the relatively low friction issue, but and also those stresses that would have negative impact on the performance of the pavement. So at this relatively low cost, we could address everything that we observed during pavement evaluation.
And just to cover off what you observed, amongst the deterioration you observed, does that include the bumps and dips?
Oh yes, it does. I think we call it here the depressions, okay. Because they were. I think they were mainly, in the area where there was the flooding, but not only. Also, bridge approaches, etc. So there were some dips, but that would address also dips, because I know I discussed, I recommended that, we could put a scratch coat first and then the surface coat. That would address, okay. The distresses that we observe on the highway, on the Parkway.
Perfect. Okay, so I want to jump ahead. It's your evidence that you give these recommendations and you deliver them to Mr. Moore on and talk about them on February 7, 2014, and then you don't hear anything further and until we get to December of 2015, and you are asked to do the inertial profile work. And March 4, you deliver the results to Mr. Moore. Can we please go to OD7, page 114, 366? And please bear with me, Commissioner and Dr. Zarowski, I'm just going to sequence a series of pieces of evidence. So March 4, and this is paragraph 366. Can you please call that out? Yeah, and so we need the next one. Thank you. Good memory, Registrar. Okay. So these are the topics that you discussed, and this is delivery of the results of the additional inertial profile survey work, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe your evidence is that Mr. Moore wanted the initial profile, but then he wanted that plotted against effectively a map of the Red Hill.
Yes, we prepared Excel spreadsheet with that we identify the location and severity of the dips, and what so we classified under three, I think, low, medium, and high severity dips with locations, but also we showed them on this, like a significant number of medals, because they were, I don't remember, like 15 or something for each piece. So we identify where those dips were.
Okay. And you've given testimony about the evidence that follows immediately here about the blasting in the skidabrator. The reference to microsurfacing here, are you proposing microsurfacing again in March of 2014 as a treatment for the bumps and dips?
I think definitely, if it's in my notes, we must we talk about this.
Okay. And then we've got the back and forth about where you provide the information on the skidabrator. I'd like, please, to go to OD7, page 118, paragraph 378. So you'll remember that you've got that exchange that you've been taken to by Commission Counsel where you recommend the skidabrating and back and forth. And this is Mr. Moore's final email where he said, I thought you were talking about more testing. I've never heard of this technology or what it does. Besides, it doesn't address the cracking, and we need to address the surface distresses and deformations, humps and sumps. So I don't think we are interested. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And was he right that the skidabrator wouldn't address the surface distresses and deformations?
Yes, he was. Only friction, no other distress.
Okay. Okay. And then could we please go to page 120? Um, 383, please. So this is, I'm going to take you to some evidence here that you weren't copied on, and your evidences you didn't know about. But here we've got Mr. Andoga to Mr. Beck, Ms. Jacob, copying number of people, including Mr. Odie. Asset Management has programmed both the link and RHVE for rehabilitation 2017. The objective is to improve skid resistance on the RHVE, repair settlement areas, as well as repair the ramps of the link. Both Miller and Norjohn have been invited to provide a proposal for a rehabilitation strategy to meet these objectives, in addition to completing 500-meter test sectional on Dartnell Road interchange. Sorry, and how do you interpret repair settlement? Does that, do you understand that to mean the bumps and dips?
Oh, yes, yeah, this is my understanding clearly, yes.
Okay. Could we please go to paragraph 122, sorry, page 122, paragraph 391. Okay. Again, this is an email you weren't copied with. Can I ask you please to read it, Dr. Uzrowski? This is Mr. Safeli, and I think you said that he's Miller Paving. He's from Miller Paving.
Yeah, I know Mr. Safeli.
Okay. And it looks as though he's done well, he says, you drove Link and Red Hill last week and took notes and photos. We drove a loop and he tells you where he's gone, and he summarizes his findings. Bad paver joints in general in various states of cracked, open potholes, blowouts. May need to repair areas, crack seal, cold mix, hot mix before micro. Wheel path cracking suggests the road has reached or exceeded its designated E cells, is now failing in fatigue, likely not high RAP, and I'm not sure what he means there, REOB related.
Recycled engine oil bottom.
Oh, so he's identifies the possibility you did as well. Okay, surface still has black color, could also be poor base, inadequate structural number. Can you send us some recent traffic detail? And then he talks about the ramps, and he talks about a bad cold joint. Now this is 2 years after the Golder 6-year review. Does this reflect same issues that you identified, just more deterioration in the ensuing 2 years?
It's similar. I don't agree with the statement about training in fatigue, but Mr. Safeli didn't know that it was a perpetual pavement that was top-down cracking. But the observations were like, you know, the next stage of the distresses that we observed 2 years before.
Right. And so the last paragraph, though, is Bradfield's micro is a good option. However, we need to allow for some pre-construction repairs, potholes, crack sealing, base, etc., and perhaps some crack sealing the year after the micro in case some cracks return. Would this work that's identified here, would that effectively conform with the recommendations you provided to the City of Hamilton in the 6-year review?
Yeah, this is almost exactly what we observed, except the potholes. We didn't, 2 years prior, we didn't observe any potholes, but the rest was exactly what we observed was, you know, the cracking, opening of the joints, and you know, this depressions. So it was exactly what we observed 2 years prior.
But if Miller Paving had proceeded, and as you see in the bottom paragraph, they're proposing some pre-construction repairs, potholes, crack sealing, base, etc., and then before micro, does that essentially conform for your recommendations for remedial work on the Red Hill?
That was almost exactly what we recommended 2 years prior, but the pavement condition, you know, it has deteriorated. So it wasn't as good it was 2 years ago, so deterioration progressed, but it was what we recommended, and yeah, this is actually what we recommended, you know, 2 years prior, exactly.
And had the city proceeded to engage Miller to complete the work proposed, would that have addressed the pavement condition deterioration as well as the relatively low friction that you identified 2 years earlier?
Or it would require more repair work than 2 years ago, but that would address the pavement. That would address the distresses that we observe and the friction, relatively low friction.
Thank you. And I know you weren't part of this, and your evidence that you didn't know about it. But do you have any idea why the City of Hamilton wouldn't have followed through in April of 2016 with this remedial work?
No, they didn't tell me. I didn't know about this. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You can take down the call out. Commissioner, I think I've got probably 15, 20 more minutes. It is at our break time. Would it be convenient to take a break before we finish?
I think it would be convenient. Perhaps that'll allow you to review your notes.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break, roughly. We'll return at 11:45.
Thank you. thank you. Commissioner, may I begin?
Please begin.
Thank you. Dr. Uzrowski, I want to take you to some different evidence. One of the things you said in the course of your testimony was, and this is in the course of talking about the trade wind testing results, is you said that the friction numbers were not that different from those on many Ontario highways. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I want to go because I think it's easier for understanding to go to the MTO numbers. So Registrar, can you please go to OD4, images 97, 98. Thank you. Dr. Uzrowski, is this data, have you had a chance to look at this data?
Yes, I have.
Would it be helpful for you to go to the originals, or are you content to look at this?
No, for me, I can look at this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me see. So this is a compilation of the test data over a number of years taken by MTO, and your evidence is that you didn't know that they, apart from 2007, you didn't know and didn't have access to any of the MTO data from 2008 to 2014. That's the case?
Yes, that's the case.
Okay. And maybe you can just help us out and we can recap, because I think what you can see is a trajectory of what happens with this SMA surface. Can you explain that? Because if you go to the 2008 data and then show, maybe you can take us through and explain what your analysis is of these numbers now.
So this shows the FN numbers. The FN numbers as tested by the ministry. I think on the left-hand side we have 2008 to 2014. On the right-hand side, it includes also the 2007 results.
Maybe what we can do just to make it easier on eyes is we just call out the test data on the left side. Make that a little bit bigger. I think for the purposes of what I'm asking, that'll do. Does that help and make it easier to see?
Oh yeah, it is. So it shows that, you know, how the results change from year, because I'm looking at the lane. It is with the mixed aggregate. I'm looking, you know, at what lane it is. It is relatively Parkway Green. I'm looking at the difference between the first, the top one and the bottom one,
Right.
Which one is whether it's lane 1 and lane 2, but I don't.
Oh, I see. I think we might have to go back and
Yeah.
Sorry, Registrar. Let's stay on the left page, and we need to see a little more information as to which lane it is.
Would it be helpful if we looked at the native instead?
Sorry?
Would it be helpful if I pulled up the native instead?
Sure, let's do that. So I've got that MTO 22943 is one of them. Sorry?
Oh yeah.
There you go. Can you make that bigger, Registrar? Or not? That's good. Thank you. Okay, so you've got northbound lane 1.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So I think this time the ministry did not only tested SBL, what they tested in 2007, but also NBL. So northbound lane. So this is northbound lane 1. So it shows that in 2008. So actually the numbers, I remember what numbers they had in 2007, but it was in the different direction. But basically, you can see that the numbers came up to the average of 41, and then they started to go down, and from 41 to 39, 37. I believe that the last one is probably a typo. It should be 2014. So they started to go down, and it looks to me that they likely started to stabilize, because you can see it's 35. So it's like almost an indication that they would start to stabilize.
And when you look at this, in your view, is this fairly consistent with what you might expect to see on any number of Ontario highways?
I would say it's pretty consistent with what was observed on other SMA pavements, and I particularly keep in mind the paper that MTO presented in, I think it was 2008 at CTA conference, when they presented the results of SMA performance on Highway 401, and they showed the SMA results over 10 years, and also the results of DFC, which is dense friction course. So it was like conventional dense graded mix. So that I think this is typical what was observed on other roads incorporating SMA, or in that case also DFC was very similar. So that was typical.
Okay, and the MTO's evidence is that in their view these results indicated that the friction was acceptable, and yet, Dr. Uzorowski, when you're, and admittedly you're looking at the Tradewind data, which is doing a different methodology, but you recommend microsurfacing to address what you describe as the relatively low friction numbers. And my question is why is it that, in your view, the Red Hill, that it was appropriate to recommend microsurfacing on the Red Hill?
So, I knew that, in my opinion, those results were not red flagged. So they were not red flagged compared to, MTO, what I saw in MTO papers or 30. So they were not. But at the same time, I knew once that the opinion from the police, and at the same time, I knew what Tradewind Scientific was telling about their opinion about friction numbers on the Parkway. So in their opinion, it was low to below or well below the limit. Also, as I mentioned, as I stated before, I thought they were excessively conservative with saying 48, but overall that was their opinion. And also I look at the TAC 1997 pavement design and management guide, and that table 2.6. What I know it was in Pennsylvania, but it was included in table was from Pennsylvania, that was from the NCHRP paper. So when I put this all these things together, then I concluded that 2.6, table 2.6 and 2.7. Yeah. So when I put all these things together, then in my opinion, this pavement would require improvement or addressing and improving the frictional numbers of the pavement.
Thank you. Now you just, I'm just going to go in a different direction. Thank you for that. You just identified whether you thought the numbers were leveling off. It may be helpful just to complete that thought. Can we please go to the ARA tests information? So first of all, Dr. Uzarovsky, you knew that an ARA conducted friction testing on the Red Hill in May of 2019?
Oh, during this inquiry.
Right. So Registrar, could you please pull up, I'm just going to go to one of them, Hamilton 9628. Ooh, that needs to be native, I think, otherwise we're not going to be able to understand it. Or even a fighting chance. Thank you. All right. Dr. Uzarovsky, can you see this?
Yes, I can. I know it very well.
Yeah. Okay. No, some of this is tested at 90. It's hard to see. Right. So Registrar, if you look at the speed, if you get to the part where this speed is basically being tested at 90, that's what we will want to look at. Column S we're looking at. Yeah, if you keep going. There we go. Right. So if you can, where you can see it's at 90, so that's, I think it's line 83. There we go. If you can just make this section, the whole thing, a little bit larger. Is that possible? That. Does that? No, I don't need just that. It's fine. We want to look at the numbers. So you made it a little bit larger. Dr. Uzarovsky, can you see this, or do we not need to make it even bigger?
I can see it quite well.
Commissioner, can you see that?
I can see I can see a lot of numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what the question I'm asking, Dr. Uzarovsky, is when you look at the test data that's done by ARA from May of 2019, in your opinion, do the friction numbers on the Red Hill begin to level out?
Yeah. Yes, I know these numbers very well. I actually plotted them immediately when I saw this, and they stabilized, at that time or before. So they stabilized.
Thank you. So while we saw in the MTO that the numbers were quite high in 2008 and then had a trajectory down, if I'm understanding you correct, you're telling us that deterioration stabilized and leveled out. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, that's correct. So they reach the peak and they go down and they stabilize, they level out at this, at least at this point, or likely before, but definitely during that time.
Okay, thank you.
Just before we go from this, which column has the actual friction numbers in it?
So, Doctor, it's
column P. Column P. It says SN-AVG, SN average.
Thank you.
Thanks. Actually, Registrar, can you just make that a little larger for us? That will help. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you. Registrar, you can take that down. Dr. Zarowski, one of the points that's been made a couple of times is that the friction number, when it was tested by Tradewin in 2013, was significantly different between the Lincoln Alexander and the Red Hill. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that usual that you would have different surface friction values between different segments of pavement paved at different times with different materials?
Oh yeah, this is like, as you showed just a moment ago, the friction numbers will reach the peak, and then they will go down and they will level out. So, the pavements that are at different age will very likely have different friction number. That's common sense. That's obvious.
And so traveling on any road, you're going to have different friction depending on when it was most recently paved. Do I understand that right?
That's correct. So, one aspect, one factor is the age, and also, there can be some differences in mixed types and aggregate sources, etc. And so, but this is definitely a very significant factor, the age of the pavement.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to a different topic. I want to talk briefly about the British pendulum testing and the weather conditions. Registrar, could you please pull up Golar 7414? Image 76 first, please. So I think your testimony on this, Dr. Zarowski, is that these are your notes in preparation for the meeting you've talked about on March 9 with various representatives of the city. Do I have that right?
So, yes, I have two sets of notes. One was preparation for the meeting, and this undated, but that was like a support, there were supportive notes for that meeting. Yes, that's right.
Okay, and you've said, let's see if I can find it. In item 2, Registrar, can you pull up where it says BPN? There we go. Help our eyes. BPN, very variable, average good, but ranges from 21 to 62. And does that note here, unreliable, represent your view of the British pendulum testing numbers?
Yes, I plotted them. I look at the trend, and I concluded that they were unreliable.
Thank you. You're anticipating exactly the question. So can we please turn up image 78? You talked in your evidence about a number of factors that might contribute to the results being unreliable, the freezing conditions, the presence of de-icer. My question is a bit different. My question is how you made the determination that these numbers were unreliable.
No, so these are the numbers. These are the numbers. Plus, I knew the location of each test. So I plotted in both directions. I plotted the test location versus BPN number, and I look at the plot, and and it was all over the place. I look at the trend. It didn't make sense to me. I compared this thing to what was in the Tradewin report. So, they didn't make any sense to me. And actually, when this is just outside later on, when I as part of this inquiry, when I look at the results from N-globe testing, I saw that there was very good correlation between N-globe and trade wind. So I think, based on my plot, and the trend didn't make any sense.
Okay, so I just want to understand that plot. So you're plotting, and you can see the ups and downs. You think that doesn't make sense, and am I understanding you that you also are comparing it against the test data you do have from Tradewind?
Yes, I realized that was a number of years ago, and these are totally different methods. This one is BPN, and Tradewind has grip tester. But just to compare the trend, So compare the trend, and this trend didn't make any sense. Didn't make any sense to me. So and based on what I found out, that of the weather conditions and snow, and my concern about the ices, I concluded that we were rather testing the weather, not the pavement.
Thank you. I want to go to another piece of evidence about the hot in place recycling. Registrar, can you please turn up Golder 7415, it's Exhibit 84. Dr. Uzarowski, you testified that you had a meeting on October 18, 2018 with the city, and at that meeting you presented your gradation analysis, and we're just going to go to it. Uh, 7415, Golder 7415. It's Exhibit 84.
Sorry, Cal, give me 1 second.
No problem.
Doesn't seem like it wants to come up for me right now. Sorry, did you want the native version of it instead?
Yes, if that's possible.
Okay. That's why it wasn't coming up for me. My apologies.
Sorry. There we go. Okay, Mr. Lewis took you to this, and I just want to have a look at it with you. And perhaps you can explain how this shows how difficult it would be to use the SMA surface course in a hot in place treatment.
Yeah, so this is the gradation analysis I prepared for the meeting with Mr. This is what you want me to comment on? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the gradation analysis that I did in preparation for the meeting with Mr. Mike Beck to talk about hot in place recycling. can we go a little bit
Down, we need to scroll down.
where you have the, okay, yeah. So again, I cannot comment about the colors because, as you know, that I'm colorblind, so it's hard to say for me what color it is. But you know, it's at the very bottom. I think it's it's called SMA. I believe it's blue.
Yes, it is.
So you know, this is the gradation of the SMA mix, and so the SMA mix, whether it was or QA, so that's the mix design, QA, and so and also I think QA.
Can we just call out the plot actually a little bit, the register? I think that'll make it easier for Dr. Zarowski. We don't need to see the data. No, the other side. Sorry, yes, that.
Okay, yeah.
You can go scroll down, please. And can you make that part bigger?
Oh, okay.
There you go.
No, so the bottom one was the SMA. SMA is a gap graded mix. So as you see on this gradation, it has coarse aggregate. So the coarse aggregate would be, say, in this would be like 2 point.
Could I ask before we get further into this, if you could explain or just tell us what the two axes are?
Okay, so sorry about that. It's not very precise. The horizontal axis is the sieve size.
Is the sieve size? Okay.
It's the sieve size. Actually, it should be sieve size, but it was not shown precisely, but it reflects sieve size because it should be from 0.075 to 12.5. So, but it reflects sieve size, and the vertical one is percent passing.
And the dotted line in the middle?
So the dotted line in the middle, the straight line is what we call maximum density line, I believe. Is it? Average gradation.
The dot, I've got the EXP SP 12.5.
EX
I see.
12.5. So, or rather, maybe that would be like the gradation that that would be somewhat in the envelope of the FC2 mix, because what I wanted to find out here before I met with Mr. Beck, how we would have to change the gradation. Okay, so this is like this dotted line is SP 12.5 FC2. Then I also marked the gradation envelope for those mixes. The average gradation test in October.
So is the SP12 FC2, that's what you're trying to end up with?
Yes, so that would be my objective. Now you have, the second is specification minimum and specification maximum. Okay, so this is the envelope. So that's the envelope that I would have to modify SMA gradation in such a way that I would end up in that envelope for FC2. Ideally, it would be close to that dotted line, more or less in the middle. So that was my objective. Okay, and I think I also use, I try to see, how I can, what I should add to do it. So what I did, I look at typical gradation of aggregates that more or less I would have to add to SMA to adjust the gradation to be within that envelope. So I use, like I call it blend 1, blend 2, link mix. So I use different aggregates, and I wanted to see, where this gradation is. How can I? Is there any, what would be the best way to fit it? But here I used the aggregates that were available in user other projects, and I couldn't fit it. So at the end, my conclusion is that there is such aggregate is not available, or whether it's, I consider in this case, I consider more blends, but, blend 1, blend 2, or blend from the mix, such aggregate, only a particular site, such aggregate was not available. So what I would have to do in order to adjust the gradation of SMA to be within that envelope, they would have to add custom produced aggregate. So it was the main conclusion. There wasn't anything like this available, at least when I checked different blends. So it would have to be, on one hand, high quality aggregate that would meet PSV, but at the same time, it would have to be custom produced from the gradation point of view. So if it was added to SMA, it would move the gradation of the SMA to the envelope to be more or less in the middle of that envelope.
So it's the so this is the blends that you would have, or the aggregate you'd have to add in to try and get to that middle line where you've got the FC2. Do I understand that right?
To be close to that. So the ideal would be to be near the middle line. We have the envelope for FC2, but ideally would be close to that dotted line.
And if it's the case that you have to actually get a custom aggregate, go to a quarry and have them, I guess, like cut to a particular size to get to that FC2, that what does that do to the cost efficiency of using a hot in place recycling?
I was in charge of a quarry. I know it's possible, but it would be very expensive because aggregate produce, standard gradation fractions of aggregate, and they stockpile these materials, large quantities. But then if you come and you ask for a, custom produced aggregate and custom gradation, that, obviously they would charge you much higher price.
So whereas hot in place recycling might, in an ordinary surface pavement, the circumstances of an ordinary pavement, offer a cost saving, in this case, it would not. Do I understand you?
Oh, correct. That would be, that would be expensive, and it was a very significant. I tried to try different percentage, but at the end, it would probably have to be about. My conclusion was about 50% of this custom produced aggregate to move this thing to more or less in the middle of the envelope. So that would be very expensive.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have any subject to questions? That's all I wanted to ask on this.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Okay, so last topic, Dr. Zarowski. I want to go to the PMTR reports, and you've given testimony on them. Can we please go to Registrar? I please ask you to call up 3 reports: Hamilton 723, Golder 7440, and Golder 7504.
Council, I can only share 2 at a time.
No problem. I'll look at them sequentially. I've just given the number. So let's pull up Hamilton 723. Okay. I think this is, what's the date on it? November. So this is phase 1 PMTR, Pavement and Materials Technology Review. And you've given testimony on it, Dr. Zborowski. I don't propose to take you back to it. Can we please go to image 24? Dr. Zborowski, is this your signature?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you just take us through the process for finalizing what you did to finalize this report and how it was that you ended up signing it? Did you present it?
No,
Yeah.
we prepared a draft. We discussed this thing with the client, and I don't think that they had any significant comments. So phase 1 was, yeah, that was a very bulky, I think, report. They didn't have any significant. We presented. They agreed with the content of the report. They didn't want any significant changes. So, it's, then we finalized, signed it, and submitted the finalized copy to the city. But it was, I think, we submitted a number of copies. I had a big presentation for the city.
So was this a paper that you presented just to Mr. Moore, or was it to a larger contingent within the city?
Oh, the presentation was to a large crowd from the city. The presentation of the findings of phase 1.
Okay, and let's look at phase 2. Can we please turn up Golder 7440? There we go. Is this this is Pavement and Materials Technology Review phase 2?
Yes. This is.
Can you register? Can you please go to image 55? So again, this is signed by you as well as Dr. Henderson?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And again, do you present this to a large contingent within the city of Hamilton?
Phase 2, I think, because that was one of the major steps of this, to make the city staff familiar with the observation and recommendations, and then because that would be the step to make sure that it's implemented. Yes.
And can we please turn up phase 3, which is Golder 7504? With the right, Pavement and Material Technology Review phase 3. So this is submitted to Public Works Department. So the prior two were submitted to Gary Moore. Why is this one to Public Works?
Oh, it's probably it's still Mr. Gary Moore. Attention, Mr. Gary Moore. So I don't recall why we put it, because it's still the same.
He's still primary contact.
Yeah, there's still the
right?
primary contact for this assignment.
Okay, can we please turn up image 34? Sorry. Oh, right. Sorry, can you just go back to the first page again on that one to register? I just want to note something. So this is December 31, 2013. That was when the PMTR3 was finalized?
Yes, yes, it is. Also, it's possible that later on some work was added to this, but it was basically finalized. Yes.
So this is around the same time as you were working on the Golder report. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, so let's go to image 34. So again, this is your signature,
Yes, it is.
and it's also signed by Dr. Henderson and Ms. Rizvi.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you have any recollection of why these three reports were delivered in the signed final form that they were?
Because they were presented to the client, discuss, ask about any comment that changes. There were not any, nothing significant that I recall. I think everything was agreed as it should be, and so we delivered the final report and signed it. Final reports and signed it.
And why was it that the Golder report wasn't signed?
You mean the Golder 2014, February 2014, yes?
I do.
Okay, because that was, we sent the email, we asked for, in the email, we asked for any, whether there were any questions, any comments, and then I presented, but we never received any comments and any request for finalizing.
And Mr. Moore didn't get back to you and request a final copy?
No, he no, never.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner, I'm not sure if I've covered off any questions you might have, but those are my questions.
Thank you. I have no questions myself. Mr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I just have a few questions. The first thing, Dr. Zarowski, if we could go to the Golder report attaching the trade report. I just have a couple of questions around that. And Registrar, this is GOL 2981 at image 105. And it's, if you could call out the chart and the language just immediately above it at the bottom of the page. And Ms. Roberts was asking you about this, and it's the ramp, the trade wind ramp grip tester results. And of course, the first two after the changes are the Green Hill off ramp and on ramp. You talked about, and I just wasn't clear from your evidence about the Stone Church off ramp. We know that the Green Hill ramps were paved with SP19 FC2, as the other ramps were as well. But I thought there was a reference, and I'm not sure if it was you or Ms. Roberts who referred to the Stone Church off ramp and mentioned SMA. And is the Stone Church off ramp, is that part of the Mud Hill interchange?
I wasn't on site during the testing. Dr. Henderson was, but my understanding is that if we look at the map, this is the off ramp going from the Red Hill Valley Parkway to Mud Street.
Right, and is your understanding that is the ramp where the SMA test strip was done, or is it a different ramp?
So I wasn't there, but my understanding would be that this would be the SMA test strip ramp.
Okay, and then just if we could pull up Exhibit 22, which is RHV 930. If you just expand the picture itself, yeah, thank you. And so this is what when you testified back in April, you identified your understanding of where the SMA test strip was placed on July 25th, 2007. And that's what that red marking was. That was the approximate location of it. And this is the Mud Street interchange, and then coming off, going eastbound, and then turning to the northbound on the Red Hill. If you come onto this red marked off ramp, that takes you down. As it bends south, it then takes you down to what is Stone Church. Is that right?
Yes, I think this is this is my understanding.
Okay. And you think that that's the same one as is referenced in the Tradewind report as the Stone Church off ramp that was measured? Yeah.
This is my understanding. I wasn't on site, so Dr. Henderson would know, but my understanding is that this is what we would call off ramp to Stone Church, because Stone Church is the street going down.
The street at the bottom of the image, Stone Church Road East, as opposed to the ramp itself. It goes down to what's called Upper Red Hill Valley Parkway is what's south of that, but the east-west road down at the bottom, right where it says the Home Depot and so forth, that's Stone Church, is my understanding. I know it doesn't show on there, but it takes you to Stone Church.
Yeah, so that would be my understanding, that this is what they would likely call Stone Church off ramp. I don't see any other.
All right. And if that is the ramp where the SMA was laid, and the other two are where the SP 19 FC2 was laid, what does this tell you? What do those results tell you? Do you have any insight into that?
So obviously, because the other ones would be SP 12.5 ST2, and this one was SMA. So yeah, so that would be, it will indicate the numbers for the SP 12.5. The friction numbers were higher, but they incorporated the same. They incorporated the same aggregate from the Demitz aggregate.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You can take those down, please. I only meant take one down. If you could keep the Golder report up, please. I know what I said, but that's not what I meant. If you could go back to Golder 2981, please. If we could go to image 104, so the preceding image. And Ms. Roberts asked you about the Tradewind report and the link grip tester results, and about the link, of course, having been resurfaced in 2011, and then the topic of there being much better grip number results for the link. And at the bottom of 104, if you call out the last paragraph there, Registrar, there's the reference how that in the last sentence, third line up, only a short section, approximately 600 meters in length, of the right-hand wheel track of the right-hand outside lanes near the southwest end of the Parkway had friction values above the UK investigatory level 2. And we can see this, if you take that down, Registrar. If we can go, sorry, yeah, just to call it, if we can go to images 108 and 110. And so these are the Red Hill Valley Parkway trade wind results. And as you can see on the far left-hand side, it shows for the right lane, the outside lane for both directions, that there's 500 or 600 meters where the results are 50 or above, and then dropping off after that. And do you have any insight? Do you know whether that portion was paved in 2011 with the link? Do you have any knowledge of that?
In 2011, I think it was repaved right to the SMA, but I'm not sure. But I can only guess or speculate that part that is higher, it was likely the mix that was placed as part of the link resurfacing.
So you don't know, but you think that's a reasonable assumption, but you don't actually know it. Is that fair?
No, I would have to check, our records because from link paving, but that would be my reasonable assumption.
Did you do the link? Were you involved in the link resurfacing?
Yes, I was.
What was your role with that?
I was on the link resurfacing. 2011, who was the project engineer? Like something similar to what it was on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So I was, I'm not sure whether I was the project manager, but I was definitely involved in designing the resurfacing, mix review, and this work. Okay.
So we won't play a memory test right now, but we may have a follow-up then just on that issue to try to nail that down. Thank you. Last thing I wanted to ask about was Ms. You can take those down, please, Registrar. Thank you. Ms. Contractor asked a number of questions around the language in the draft and final pavement evaluation reports of Golder. Of course, the draft dated December 17th, 2017 that you brought to the December 18th meeting with Mr. McGuire, and then the final one dated February 28th, 2019. And around the December 17th draft, there is the language which stated, if there is a concern about frictional characteristics, that language that then Mr. McGuire took some issue with in his email. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then that language was altered in the final version to be an immediate effective treatment to address a concern with friction characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP would be to carry out shot blasting / skid abrating, etc. And she and her the suggestion and the questioning was that Golder was not expressing a concern about the pavement. And so much time had passed since the Golder report was issued in 2014. Had anything changed from your perspective with respect to the conclusions and recommendations in the 2014 Golder report? Did those recommendations still stand?
Between 2014 and 19?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I received an email from Mr. Hine with the link to the article from Hamilton Spectator, and also I knew from Emilia, that when she was doing the testing, they were bumper to bumper. And so, yeah, from that point of view, I knew this, so it was different than what it was in
Right.
2019.
But did the recommendation still apply from the Golder report to the recommendation to improve friction?
Or the recommendations it was like microsurfacing was long term, but our recommendation of course microsurfacing actually in 2019 I'm not sure how effective microsurfacing would be because there were a significant number of distresses. But at least to do skid abrading or shot blasting as an immediate measure to improve this one aspect of frictional characteristics. So that would be I realize that this is a short time improvement. In 2019, microsurfacing would require more preparation work than it was in 2013 or 14.
Okay.
If it was, so it would have to be still considered, carefully look at the condition, because microsurfacing can be applied when the pavement is in good condition, yes? So there were obviously more cracks, some potholes, etc. So,
okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner. Thank you, Dr. Grozowski.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Wizarowski, thank you very much for attending over a number of days. You're excused.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner, it is 12:43.
Mm-hmm.
We have Ms. Rizvi, but I assume it's going to take a few minutes at least to get her set up and so forth. And Ms. Leclerc is doing the examination at our end. So it may make sense to start lunch and finish lunch earlier at both ends.
Sure. Why don't we take our break now for lunch, and we'll return at 2:00.
Thank you.
Stand adjourned until 2:00, and we'll hear Ms. Rivsey at that time.
Thank you.
Would you raise your right hand, please, Ms. Rizzi? Do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Ms. Risby. My name is Shauna Leclerc, and I am Commission Counsel. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Risby, I'd like to start with some questions about your professional background.
Okay.
You've worked at Golder Associates since 2010, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what roles have you held since 2010?
I started out as a co-op student back in 2010, I believe it was. And then I was part-time for a period of time while I was completing my undergrad. And then I joined full-time initially as a junior pavement analyst, and then a pavement and materials engineer, and then a senior pavement and materials engineer.
Okay, and could you describe your day-to-day tasks in those various roles and how they might have changed over time?
So initially I started out primarily doing, limited pavement engineering analysis under the supervision of Dr. Ludimir Yuzurowski. I also did limited amounts of project management for smaller projects. As I went on with my career, I started managing larger projects. I got more into airport pavement engineering. So I did, my role was primarily associated with design, inspections, investigations, and construction of airport pavements, with a limited involvement in road pavements as well from a design perspective.
Thank you. And where did you complete your schooling?
University of Waterloo.
Okay. And when did you graduate?
In 2011.
Okay. And I understand that you are a licensed professional engineer?
Yes.
Okay. And when were you first licensed in Ontario?
2016.
Okay. And are you licensed in any other jurisdictions?
Yes, I am.
In which other jurisdictions?
I'm licensed in Alberta, in British Columbia, and Northwest Territories in Nunavut.
Thank you. Okay. So I understand from the evidence that we've heard from Dr. Yuzurowski and Dr. Henderson that the idea for a review of the performance of the RHVP 5 years after construction was first raised in or around October 2012. There was subsequently a paper abstract delivered to the city, and then a project proposal, which I'll come to in a moment, which was delivered to the city in March 2013. Prior to this broad period, so October 2012 to March 2013, had you worked on any projects regarding the RHVP while at Golder?
No, I had not.
Okay. So would this period be the first time you became involved in a project specifically related to the RHVP? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Registrar, if we could go to overview document 6, pages 15 and 16. Okay, so you'll see at paragraph 28, which starts at the bottom of page 15 and continues to the top of 16. On March 1st, 2013, Dr. Yuzurowski emailed Mr. Moore attaching 3 project proposals and an authorization to proceed and consulting services agreement. You're copied on this email, as was Dr. Henderson. So I'll be asking you some questions related to the proposal for the RHVP 5-year condition evaluation, which for sure I'll refer to as the Golder project, if that's okay, and it's clear what I'm referring to.
Yes, that's okay.
Okay. So before we turn to the details of the proposal, I'd like to ask you about those at Golder involved in the project, involved in the Golder project rather, at this time in a more general sense. What was your role on the Golder project?
Well, my role was primarily to carry out FWD analysis of the FWD testing data.
Okay. And I understand that Dr. Henderson and Dr. Yuzurowski both signed the proposal. And I understand from Dr. Henderson that the three of you often worked closely together. Could you please describe how your respective roles differed on the project, what you were responsible for versus what they were responsible for, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I was responsible for the FWD testing analysis and preparing the components of the report associated with the FWD analysis itself for subsequent review by Ludimir. I do not recall any involvement in the preparation of the proposal. If there was any involvement, it would have been very limited.
Okay. And on the project, did you have any client contact?
I did not personally have any client contact. No.
And who did you understand to be responsible for client contact?
My understanding was Dr. Yuzurowski was involved with contacting the client.
Okay. Okay, and registrar, if we can go to GOL 3779. And if you can call out the bulleted items, the three bulleted items in the middle of the page. Thank you. So underneath field investigation, I see limited falling weight deflectometer testing. Is that what you were referring to as your area of responsibility?
Just the analysis of that data, not the actual testing itself, nor the what testing needed to be carried out.
Other than the FWD testing, looking at the items listed here, was there anything else that you were responsible for?
No, that's the only thing I was responsible for.
Okay. Registrar, if we can close this and go back to OD6 at page 27. And at paragraph 56, I understand that the FWD testing occurred on May 9th, 2013. Did you attend on site for that testing?
No, I did not attend on site.
Okay, but I understand that you conducted the analysis.
That is correct.
And what does that entail?
So the analysis for this particular, there's a number of different analyses that can be done for this particular investigation. We carried out the initial analysis, which is normalizing the deflection values that are measured for a specific load and temperature, and then determining an overall pavement surface modulus, and then using the thickness data that we have about the pavement structure and back calculating modulus values for the individual pavement layers.
Okay, and what do the results, speaking first generally, what do results from FWD testing tell you?
The FWD is means of quantifying the structural capacity of the pavement, so it's load-bearing capacity.
Registrar, if we can go to GOL 2625. And if you can just call out the body of the email, just so it's a bit easier to see. Thank you. So this is an email that you sent to Dr. Yuzurowski on May 17th, 2013, related to the results from the FWD testing. So I'll just give you a moment to review the content of the email.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So your email references some issues you identified. At this time, did you have any concerns regarding the condition of the pavement?
No, I didn't have any specific structural related concerns. There was some amount of cracking that was noted during the visual condition inspection by other people. And any cracking is not ideal, but does occur. But structurally, based on my analysis, there wasn't any major concerns with the condition.
Okay. And why did you suggest resurfacing or microsurfacing at this time?
As noted in my email, primarily to prevent the ingress of water into the pavement structure through the cracks, which would have an impact on the structural capacity of the pavement. But since there wasn't any major structural issues from FWD testing, from my limited experience, very limited experience at that time, major structural improvement wasn't needed.
And do you recall Dr. Yuzurowski's response?
I don't recall it offhand, no.
Okay, Registrar, you can take that down. And if we can go to TRW 55. And just at the outset, I believe this document needs to be marked as an exhibit, which I believe we are at 94 by my count.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
I understand from the documents that Dr. Henderson first contacted Tradewind Scientific on November 6, 2013 through its website. So at this time in November 2013, were you aware that the city requested that Golder conduct friction testing as part of the Golder project?
I don't recall whether I was aware that they had requested friction testing, but that was the extent of my knowledge.
To confirm, you weren't aware of any of the reasons or any context surrounding that request, is that right?
No, I was not aware of it.
Okay. Do you recall when you first became aware of the request?
I don't recall offhand when I became aware of the request, no.
Okay. Do you recall how you became aware?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to images 3 and 4 of this document. Thank you. The formatting is a little bit difficult to see, but what I am drawing your attention to is just at the top of the image on the left. Yeah, the as discussed. I guess actually, could we have images 2 and 3? I think that discussion continues over, I guess, a page earlier, just so that we can see the header of the email. Yeah. Okay, so right at the bottom, thank you, Registrar. And Ms. Risby, are you able to see those?
I can see that now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you'll see on November 18th, 2013, Susan Ames of Tradewind forwarded you an email exchange between Dr. Henderson and Tradewind from the day prior. She wrote, as discussed. Do you recall any discussion with Ms. Ames regarding the friction testing or what was discussed?
I don't recall it.
Okay. And were you involved in arranging any of the logistics of the testing?
Not that I can recall.
I believe I understand from Dr. Henderson that you may have had some involvement while she was out of town on another matter. Is that possible?
Yes, that would have been possible.
Okay. Do you recall any substantive discussions regarding the equipment or methodology of testing with anyone from Tradewind?
No, I don't recall having any substantive discussions with them.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to image 1. You can close out the other image. Thank you. Okay, if you can call out, it's the second email underneath Susan Ames' signature. It starts with "Hi, Susan." Thank you. You wrote, "We received confirmation from our client that they were okay with the cost, the date and the cost, and provided some details regarding invoicing. At this time, did you have any direct contact with the city?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay, so would this have been information you received from Dr. Henderson or Dr. Yuzurowski?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, and at this time, had you previously worked with Tradewind?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And at this time, did you have any experience with friction testing?
No, I did not have any experience.
Did you attend the friction testing on site on November 20th, 2013?
No, I was not on site.
Registrar, if we can close that out and go back to overview document 6 at page 82. And I'm looking specifically at paragraph 212, but you don't need to call it out, Registrar, unless it would be helpful. Ms. Risby, so please let me know. Thank you. On December 20th, 2013, Dr. Yuzurowski emailed you and Dr. Henderson. I don't believe the overview document notes that you are copied, but I can tell you that you were a recipient, and I'm happy to take you to the document itself if helpful. He forwarded information on microsurfacing and slurry seal he had received from Trevor Moore from the Miller Group. To your knowledge, was this related to the RHVP or to the Golder project in any way?
Not to my knowledge at the time.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of why he was sending this to you?
There were a number of times that Ludemer would forward emails to me just as a mentoring exercise, because I worked with him being my mentor. So it was more of a, ensuring that I, had emails that were going back and forth regarding technical information, just for my knowledge, because I was a very junior engineer at the time.
And at any time, were you involved in discussions regarding methods to remediate the friction on the RHVP?
Could you clarify discussions with who?
Discussions at Golder, discussions with consultants, but specifically related to the RHVP.
I wasn't involved beyond that email that I sent in terms of putting on a recommending or stating that a microsurfacing may be used to address the cracking.
And to confirm, that was the email that we looked at a bit earlier from the 17th. Okay. And at this time, how many years out of school were you? Just to
2013, 2.5.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, and Registrar, if we can go to page 91. And you'll see at paragraph 240, on January 26th, 2013, Mr. Taylor Tradewind sent Dr. Henderson and Dr. Yuzurowski the final Tradewind report. You aren't copied on this email. To your knowledge, when did you first receive a copy of the Tradewind report?
I do not have a recollection of when I first received a copy of the report. It might have been when Ludemer sent it to a number of people via email within Golder.
Okay, and do you have a sense of when that might have occurred?
Maybe a few weeks to a month after this, when he initially received it.
Okay, for a moment, Registrar, if we can go to images 93 and 94. And at paragraph 245, you'll see that Dr. Yuzurowski emailed you along with a number of colleagues at Golder, and this is the following day, so January 27th.
Well, that would have been the one.
Okay, so I'll say the report, and I'm happy to go to the email itself if helpful. I don't believe is copied here.
Okay.
Referred to. Would this have been would this have been around the time that you likely would have received a copy?
Possibly. Again, I don't have recollection of having received the report in its entirety. I don't recall whether I was sent the report in its entirety or whether I merely saw it when I got the draft 2017 Golder report.
When you say that draft 2017, are you referring to the 2014 Golder report? Or
Sorry, yes, the 2014. Yes, sorry.
no problem. Do you think you would have read it at some time prior to the draft Golder report being provided to the city?
No, and I don't believe I read it at the time the Golder report was provided to the city either.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Izarowski, Dr. Henderson, or anyone at Golder, including those copied on the email at paragraph 245? Do you recall anyone expressing any concern regarding the information in the Tradewind report?
No, I don't recall having those conversations with anyone.
Do you recall having any discussions regarding the report beyond what we see in this email?
No, I don't recall having any conversations.
And I take it from your response, it would not have been your role to analyze or review the report for the purpose of its inclusion in the Golder report. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you have a sense of whose responsibility it would be?
No, I didn't have a sense of that.
Registrar, if we can go to page 96. So as we previously discussed, Dr. Izarowski emailed Mr. Moore attaching what he described as an updated draft report on the condition of the pavement on the RHVP 6 years after construction. Were you aware? So as I stated, Dr. Izarowski said an updated draft report. Were you aware of a prior draft being sent to the city?
I was not aware of a prior draft, no.
And I'd like to take you a copy of the report itself. If we can go to GOL 2981, Registrar. If we can go to the second image, I believe that's the table of contents. Okay. And do you recall if you drafted any parts of this report?
I would have drafted section 4 of this report.
Okay. And would you have had any input in any other sections of the report?
No, I wouldn't have.
And would you have reviewed any of the other parts of the report?
No, I would not have.
Okay. After you received Dr. Izarowski's email on January 31st, 2014, did you have any discussions with Dr. Izarowski or Dr. Henderson about next steps on the project?
No, I did not have any discussions with them.
Okay. And did this project, is it something that stayed on your radar? Were there any follow-up steps to your knowledge?
There were none to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And at any time, did you provide any drafts of the Golder report to anyone at the city?
No, I did not.
And did you have any subsequent contact with Tradewind regarding the report?
No, I did not.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 7, pages 82 and 83. So this is moving forward a bit in time to December 2015. And at paragraph 258, which starts at the bottom of 82 and continues at the top of 83, you'll see Dr. Izarowski sent an email that you were copied on, along with a number of other colleagues at Golder. And he wrote, "I had a phone call from Gary Moore from the city of Hamilton. Please go ahead with the inertial profiler scan on the RHVP. It would be great if we could do it between Christmas and the New Year. It will then need localized roughness analysis. I have to tell them where to do the repairs and what repairs would be the best. We would definitely need the GPS coordinates. So prior to this email, so December 23rd, 2015, had you performed any work on projects related to the RHVP since the Golder report?
No, I had not been involved in any other projects.
And had the Golder report or the Tradewin report come back up at this time, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
And in his email, Dr. Yuzurowski mentioned a call with Mr. Moore. Were you involved in that call?
No, I was not.
And did you know why the city was requesting inertial profile testing at this time? I understand the city had conducted inertial profile testing as part of the Golder report in 2013. Do you know why it was being requested again?
No, I don't know why it was being requested again.
Registrar, if we can go to page 85. And at paragraph 267, there's a transcription of a note from Dr. Yuzurowski's notebook. So it's not your note, but it lists for February 22nd, 2016, Gary Moore, RR, LUVH. Would this reflect Rabia Rizvi, Ludimir Yuzurowski, and Vimy Henderson, to your knowledge?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And recognizing that it isn't your note, does this reflect a meeting or a discussion with Mr. Moore?
I did not have a meeting with Mr. Moore around that time. So I don't believe so, but not to my knowledge.
Did you ever have any meetings or calls with Mr. Moore related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, did the inertial profile assignment relate in any way to friction on the RHVP or to the Golder project?
I have no idea whether it's related to to either of those things or what it's related to.
Okay. And at this time in February 2016, did you have any concerns regarding the safety or condition of the RHVP?
No, I did not have any concerns regarding the safety.
Did Dr. Yuzurowski or anyone else at Golder express to you at this time that they had any such concerns?
No, they did not express any such concerns to me.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, pages 17 and 18. So again, we're moving forward a bit in time. This is now in November 2017. And at paragraphs 40 and 41, you sent a draft proposal for a project titled Evaluation of Pavement Surface Skid Resistance, Red Hill Valley Parkway, Dr. Yuzurowski and Dr. Henderson. And for the purpose of the inquiry, we refer to this project as the 2017 Golder Pavement Evaluation. So if I refer to it that way, I'm referring to work flowing from this proposal. Registrar, if we can go to GOL 5923. If we can open images 4 and 5 of that document. Okay. So towards the bottom of the page on the left, on November 21st, you'll see that Dr. Yuzurowski forwarded you an email he received from Gary Moore that day.
Yep.
And Mr. Moore's email was requesting a proposal and a time frame for cores and PSV for the Red Hill.
Yep.
Do you recall receiving this?
I don't recall independently, but I can see I did.
Okay. Ms. Frisbee, would it be helpful if we took a 5-minute break?
I should be okay.
Okay.
Just a little tickle.
That's okay. If that changes, please let me know.
Thank you.
Okay. Other than receiving this forwarded email, did you have any additional discussions with Dr. Yuzurowski regarding the assignment and proposal?
Dr. Yuzurowski would have simply given me either verbally, and I can't recall whether it was on a piece of paper as well, perhaps just a bullet point of the scope of work of the assignment. So what field investigations needed to be carried out would have been about the extent of the conversations I had with him about this assignment.
Okay. And to your recollection, is this the first time you became aware of this assignment?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and if we can go to images 3 and 4 of the same document, Registrar. Okay, and again, at the bottom of image 3 on the left and continuing to the top of image 4, but you replied to Dr. Yuzurowski writing, rather than testing the PSV for aggregates that have already been in place for a while and have already been polished, can we not just test the aggregate from the source query? I understand that there would be variability even within one query, but sorry, I've lost my place. Could we actually call that out? That would be helpful. Perfect, and I will just let you read through now that it is called out. And let me know once you've had a chance to review.
Yeah, I'm good.
Thanks. Why did you raise these questions with Dr. Yuzurowski?
Well, my initial experience with PSV testing was primarily from airports, and essentially the comment I was making is that the pavement had been in surface. So some of the aggregates at the surface, the limited exposed aggregates at the surface, would have already had tire pavement interaction. And so there would have been some limited amounts of polishing that may have occurred if, depending on how susceptible they were. So that is why I had made that comment to Ludmer.
And if we can close that call out, it'll take you to the proposal itself. So that's GOL 5925. And at the time you drafted this proposal, so this would be November 2017, what was your understanding of the purpose of this assignment?
I don't know that I had an extensive understanding. I was simply drafting up a proposal to per Ludemer's direction in terms of what the scope of work was, essentially. And I knew what testing was being carried out. But the intent of the testing, or what conclusions, we were, what the purpose was, I was not aware of.
Okay, and that's not something that you discussed with Dr. Yuzurowski?
No, I would not have discussed that with him.
And if we can call out registrar from scope of work to above both the friction testing, there's that middle section. Yeah, that's fine. And how did you come to include these specific tests in the proposal? Was this input from Dr. Yuzurowski?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you have any knowledge of whose idea it was to do these specific tests, whether it came from Golder or from the city?
No, I don't know who it came from.
Okay. And I gather from your response that you did not have any role in the decision or discussions regarding the selection of a British pendulum rather than other friction testing equipment. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, page 18. And you'll see at paragraph 43, Dr. Zurewski sent a revised draft of the proposal to Mr. Moore on November 22nd, 2017. You are not copied on this email to confirm. To your knowledge, did Dr. Zurewski revise that proposal?
I don't know who revised the proposal.
Did you revise the proposal?
No, I did not.
And were you aware that the proposal had been revised?
No, I was not.
If we can also open up page 19, Registrar. So I'm happy to take you to the revised proposal itself, but I'd like to discuss some of the revisions between the initial draft you provided and the draft provided to Mr. Moore on the 22nd. We've outlined some of those changes in paragraph 44. I take from your response that you don't know why these revisions were made. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And they were not discussed with you?
No, they were not discussed with me.
And if we can go to images 19 and 20. At paragraph 46, we've excerpted some emails you exchanged with Dr. Zurewski regarding the scheduling of the field testing. Dr. Zurewski wrote, "I am concerned with the BPN testing. We have to use water for it and will not be able to use it if the temperature drops significantly below 0. Do you have any knowledge on the effect, if any, of significantly below 0 temperatures on BPN testing?
My only understanding was at the time was that the water used to carry out the testing that sprayed on the surface would freeze up. So the impact of that frozen water, that there might be an impact on the test results based on the water freezing up.
Okay. And how did you come to this understanding?
Based on the discussion I had with Ludmir.
And do you recall if you had discussions apart from the emails we're looking at here?
Not that I recall independently.
Okay. And do you have a sense of how significantly below 0 it has to be further to be an impact?
No, I don't have a sense of that.
And at paragraph 47, Dr. Zurewski provided the final signed proposal to Mr. Moore on November 24th, 2017. Again, I'm happy to take you to the proposal, but I can tell you that the proposal reverted to the original language from your initial draft on November 22nd, 2017. Are you aware of why that occurred?
I'm not aware of why that occurred, but I suspect it might have been because I never had a copy of the updated version that was initially sent to Mr. Moore.
Okay, and so would that be that the only version you had was the original version and that's what was finalized?
Yes, that is correct.
But you don't have a specific recollection of that, is that clear?
I don't have a specific recollection of why it would have reverted.
Okay. So you don't have, to your recollection, no one asked you explicitly to revert to the language in the initial draft?
Nobody asked me specifically to revert to the language.
Okay. And did the language change either way affect what Golder was going to do and did do?
Not to my understanding, no.
could you please describe your role on this project?
My role was initially the drafting of the proposal, and then I was involved in coordinating some of the field investigations.
Okay, and when you were coordinating the field investigations, did you have direct contact with anyone at the city?
Yes, I would have via email.
Do you recall who that was with?
I don't recall offhand all the people, but I know there were some contact with them for the purposes of coordinating traffic control and field permits.
Okay. And when dealing with city staff, did you ever discuss the friction testing conducted in 2013 by Tradewind?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did anyone, including city or Golder staff at this time, express concern regarding safety or friction levels on the RHVP?
Nobody mentioned any concerns to me.
And was your contact with the individuals at the city limited to coordination and logistics, or did you have any substantive or technical discussions with anyone at the city?
My contact was limited to coordination and organization of the field investigations.
And for this project, could you discuss how your role compared with Dr. Yuzurowski's and Dr. Henderson's, and whether it was similar to what we discussed previously with the Golder project?
It was similar, but also I had even less technical involvement due to the fact that I did not carry out any analyses whatsoever.
Registrar, if we can go to page 27, please. I understand that testing for the Golder pavement evaluation occurred on the night of December 6th to 7th, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you attend that testing?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, who from Golder did attend?
Amelia Jewison, and then there was another individual from our London office, I believe.
Okay. And what was Ms. Jewison's role on the project?
Miss Jewison was supposed to be the supervisor on site, ensuring that traffic control was set up and making sure the data was collected. And Miss Jewison was also carrying out the British pendulum testing itself, if I recall correctly.
Okay, so she would have been conducting the testing. Would she have also been, sorry, go ahead.
That is correct.
Thank you. And would she have been responsible for analyzing the testing?
I do not recall whether she was responsible for analyzing it or not.
And after the testing was conducted on December 6th to 7th, did you discuss, did anyone who was on site discuss with you any issues that arose during the testing?
Yes, I recall while they were on site that there had been 3 collisions near the vicinity of the traffic control that had been set up for the testing itself. Those were the only issues I heard of.
Okay, and do you recall the discussions that you may have had surrounding those collisions?
Simply that they had occurred and that police did attend the site for them, and that nobody within the enclosures was, there was no harm caused to anyone within the traffic control enclosures.
And did anyone express any concern regarding safety or collisions more generally on the Red Hill at this time?
No one mentioned any concerns to me, no.
Okay. And do you recall who you had those discussions with regarding the, I think, 3 collisions?
With Amelia.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to page 29. And just looking at paragraph 69. So on December 11th, 2017, Dr. Uzarowski forwarded you an email exchange he had with Stephen Lee and Joel Magnan from the MTO. Dr. Uzarowski had contacted the MTO to determine if they had capacity to conduct the PSV testing for the RHVP aggregates from the 2017 pavement evaluation. Prior to receiving this forwarded email, were you aware Dr. Uzarowski intended to contact the MTO?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay, and if we can go to this email itself, it is GOL 2900, I believe. And can we go to image 3 of this document? So you aren't copied on the email originally sent from Dr. Uzarowski to Mr. Lee at the MTO, but this email was forwarded as part of that email we just looked at.
Yep.
Dr. Uzarowski wrote in the initial email, typically we would send the samples to Ireland or the UK, but due to urgency, I wonder if this can be done by MTO. Do you know what urgency he was referring to?
No, I do not.
And had you had any discussions with anyone from the MTO at this time?
No, I hadn't had any discussions with the MTO.
And I believe you've given an answer on this, but just to confirm, I understand, were you responsible for any analysis relating to the testing conducted on December 6th to 7th, 2017?
No, I was not responsible for conducting any of the analysis.
Okay. I understand from the documents that PSV testing was to be conducted by a subconsultant in Ireland, but to your knowledge, who was responsible for analyzing the BPT results and the measured texture depth?
I don't recall who specifically was responsible for analyzing it. I believe some amount of analysis was done by Ms. Jewison.
And Registrar, if we can go to GOL 7505. And I believe this document needs to be marked as an exhibit. So that would be 95.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
On December 19th, 2017, Ms. Jewison emailed you writing, I have a couple more questions about the Red Hill Valley Parkway project. Will the Whitby lab be able to extract the aggregates this week, or should I be arranging for them to get shipped to Ireland in the new year? What should I be doing with the British pendulum data? Also, do you have a similar report that I could use as a template for this one? Then you replied the same day, writing the ASTM for the British pendulum testing is attached. Also attached to this email are 2 references that you can use to find out more information on the testing and analysis of the results. Does this clarify your recollection of whether or not Ms. Jewison was responsible for analyzing the British pendulum data?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And at this time, had anyone advised you, or were you aware that the British pendulum data was considered unreliable? Or had anyone
Not
used?
to my knowledge, no. I was not aware of that, yes.
Just to confirm, did you say you were not aware of that yet?
No, I was not aware of that.
Did you ever become aware of that?
After reviewing the report that was associated with this testing.
So that would be significantly further in time in 2018.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And why did you include these attachments in your email to Ms. Jewison? What information did you think would be helpful for her?
The actual calculations to determine the numbers, and my understanding is there might have been some references for numbers in terms of mean texture depth for the sand patch testing.
Okay. And at this time, was it your understanding that Golder was going to provide an analysis of the British pendulum results to the city?
That some testing results would be provided. The actual analysis interpretation, I was not aware of what would be provided and would not be provided and in what format.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go back to overview document 8, page 29. Actually, if we can do 29 and 30, I believe paragraph 72 continues on to, perfect, thank you. So this is the same day, December 19th, 2017, and you sent Ms. Jewison what's referred to as a report skeleton for the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation. Was this in response to her request in the email we just looked at for a template for the report?
Yes, that is correct.
And at this time, did you anticipate that Golder would provide a draft and ultimately a final report reflecting the testing conducted on December 6th to 7th, 2017?
Yes, my understanding would have been that some format of a report would have been sent.
And at this time, so in December 2017, were any other drafts other than this document prepared to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And were you responsible for preparing draft reports on this assignment?
No, I was not.
If we can go back up, page 30 is there, that's fine. Looking at paragraph 73. So this is the same day. Thank you, Registrar. December 19th, 2017. You sent an email to Mr. Jeremy Rose, who I understand to be an asphalt laboratory supervisor / manager at Golder's Whitby office. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So in your email, you wrote, "Is there any way it can be started the week of January 2? I hate to be a pain, but the aggregates then have to be shipped to Ireland, and the testing there will take another couple of weeks. The client is facing an urgent safety issue with their road and would like an answer before further issues arise. Please let me know if that will be possible. Also, how long do you think the extraction will take?" What were you referring to in writing? Is there any way it can be started? What does it refer to?
The extraction of the aggregates from the cores.
And why did you tell Mr. Rose the client is facing an urgent safety issue with their road and would like an answer before further issues arise?
My understanding at the time was simply that the client was looking for the testing results as soon as possible, and I wanted to make sure that the samples didn't sit on the shelf over, after the holiday period. I also knew that the lab in Ireland was backlogged, so I wanted to make sure that it got put to the front of the line and it wasn't lost in amongst all the other samples that were arriving at the lab, especially noting that this was period of the holiday season where a number of personnel were off. And people were going to go off for lengthy periods of time. So it was essentially to make sure that the sample didn't just get left on the shelf and that it actually got dealt with at the time.
Okay. And I think that speaks to the urgent component of urgent safety issue. At the time, did you not think it would be sufficient to say to Mr. Rose that the results were needed urgently? Why add the safety component?
From my perspective, it was simply to add a little bit more urgency and to ensure that it wasn't a long-term, to communicate that it wasn't a long-term project that could just wait, and it was just simply to note to them that it was important and it needed to be dealt with right away.
So is it your evidence that at this time you had no views and no information or insight into safety and collisions on the RHVP?
Yes, that is correct. I did not have information in terms of collisions beyond what were noted during the testing, during the field investigations that Golder carried out in December of 2017. And I did not know of any safety issues specifically.
Okay. And did your comment regarding urgent safety issue relate in any way to the discussion you had regarding the collisions during the testing on December 6th to 7th?
No, it did not.
Okay. And were you aware of any discussions at Golder relating to safety or collisions on the RHVP?
No, I was not aware of any discussions related to safety or collisions.
And at this time, did you have any concerns regarding the safety of the roadway?
No, I did not have any concerns related to the safety of the roadway.
Okay. Had anyone ever expressed to you any concern or had discussed any collisions with you?
No, they had not.
And what is the relationship with the type of work you do on the pavement and material side and any impact on road safety?
I do not have any experience with any safety analysis associated with roads. My experience is simply designing a pavement structure from the perspective of adequate structural capacity.
And I believe you said that you didn't know of any safety issues specifically. What about in a general sense? Did you have any general discussions around safety or collisions? Was that ever a subject of discussion in Golder's offices?
Not with me, no.
And I understand from your response that safety is not directly part of the work that you do. You do understand that there is a relationship, that friction plays a role in road safety. Is that correct?
Yes, I have a general understanding of that.
And are safety issues typically something that Golder would identify or assess?
Not typically, no.
Was it atypical for you to use such language?
Yes. It was atypical for me to use such language, but it was also in terms of making sure that it didn't get left on the shelf, because I knew answers were needed urgently, and Ludomir was telling me that answers were needed and that deadlines had been promised. I used that language. It was, had I done it before? Yes, I had, just to ensure that something was done as quickly as possible.
So that language, the use of that language in this instance was only to reflect the urgency and did not reflect any understanding or there was no basis in safety in your view. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And did you ever use similar language regarding the RHVP with anyone at Golder other than Mr. Rose?
No, I did not.
Did anyone at Golder ever use similar language regarding the RHVP with you?
No, they did not.
Did you ever use similar language with anyone at the city?
No, I did not.
And did anyone at the city ever express to you that they faced an urgent safety issue with the RHVP?
No, they did not.
Okay. Registrar, if you can take down this call out for a moment. And Commissioner, I'm about to move on to a bit of a different topic. I note that it would be a bit early for a break, but I believe it will allow me a moment to review my notes if this might be an appropriate time.
That'd be fine. Let's take a 15-minute break and return at 3:15.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Ms. Risby, before I move on to the next topic of discussion, I just want to make sure I understand your evidence clearly on the last point we discussed. You told me you were not specifically aware of safety issues on the RHVP. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also told me that you were not generally aware of safety issues or any discussion of collisions on the RHVP, apart from the discussions with Ms. Jewison regarding the collisions on December 6th to 7th. Is that correct?
Generally or specifically, the only conversation I had was the only collisions that I was aware of were the ones on the night of December 6th and 7th.
Were you aware of any discussion around Golder's office, even informally water cooler talk around collisions on the RHVP?
Not that I recall in terms of timelines, when or where, or whether any conversations happened.
Okay, even if you don't recall the timing, just so I understand, do you have any recollection of whether those discussions occurred at all?
I believe I became aware of some collisions from Ludemere. I don't recall when, though.
Okay, so you don't have a sense of the timing, but you understand, or you recall that you may have had discussions with Dr. Yuzurowski regarding collisions. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you recall the nature of those discussions?
Just that there had been some collisions. That's about it.
Okay. And did Dr. Yuzurowski ever reference that he understood there to be concern from the police on slippery conditions on the RHVP?
Not from Dr. Yuzurowski to me.
From anyone else to you?
No.
Okay. And did Dr. Yuzurowski ever reference any media articles or media coverage more generally regarding collisions on the RHVP?
Not in my presence, no.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, if we can call up overview document 8, page 66. And you'll see at paragraph 181 that the PSV results were received from Golder's subconsultant in Ireland, test consults, on February 15th, 2018. Could you explain Golder's involvement in obtaining the PSV results? Essentially, can you walk me through what the process entails from the core extraction to receiving the final results in a high level?
So from my understanding, the cores were extracted from the Red Hill Valley Parkway. They were then taken to our Whitby lab where the aggregates from the cores were extracted out, were retrieved from the asphalt matrix itself, from the mix itself. The samples were then mailed to Ireland. I don't know the process of the PSV testing itself. I don't carry out that testing. I understand that those aggregate samples are then tested for PSV. What happens once they receive that test, I don't know. And then those test results I emailed, I think both myself and Dr. Yuzurowski, as well as perhaps Ms. Jewison, emailed the lab in Ireland at multiple times to get those results from them, which was, I believe, a test report.
Okay. And were you involved in reviewing or analyzing the PSV results once received?
No, I was not.
Thank you. If we can turn to page 78 of the same overview document. Thank you. If we can call up paragraph 214, Registrar. So you received an email on March 14th, 2018 from Dr. Yuzurowski regarding a meeting he had with the city on March 9th, 2018. I'll let you review the content. To your knowledge, was the March 9th, 2018 meeting the first time the city received information on the test results from December 6th to 7th, 2017?
I have no knowledge of whether this was the first time or not.
Okay. And did you attend this meeting?
No, I did not.
Prior to receiving this email, did you have any discussions with Dr. Yuzurowski regarding this meeting?
No, I did not.
And did you understand Dr. Yuzurowski to have any concerns regarding the RHVP at this time in any sense?
I recall Ludimir being frustrated by the fact that he had given recommendations for microsurfacing and skid abrating and that those recommendations weren't being taken or weren't being implemented, rather.
And did you understand what the nature of that frustration was? Was it related to?
No, I don't know why he was frustrated, simply that they weren't taking his recommendations.
And from your understanding, were those frustrations related to maintenance? Were there any concerns about safety at this time?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know why you received this email?
Simply as a record of a conversation was my understanding.
And was he looking for your input or your opinion regarding the feasibility of hot and place recycling on SMA?
No, he was not.
At this time, did you have any experience regarding the use of hot and place recycling on SMA?
No, I did not.
And at this time, so in March 2018, what was your involvement in the 2017 boulder pavement evaluation?
I don't believe I had any significant involvement at this time.
And I had asked you a bit earlier in time in context of December 2017, whether you expected Golder to prepare a report related to the testing conducted on December 6th and 7th, 2017. And I believe you said that that was your expectation. At this
That was
time,
my understanding at the time, that a report would be prepared by Golder.
thank you. And at this time, March 2018, was your understanding the same?
That a report would be prepared, yes, by Golder.
And did you have any discussions regarding sending or not sending a report at this time?
No, I did not.
And am I correct that preparing a draft report was not something that you were responsible for at this time?
That is correct.
Okay, Registrar, if you could take us to page 88, please. Actually, if you could do 88 and 89. That's, I believe, paragraph 244. Spills over to the next page as well. So on April 10th, 2018, you received an email along with a series of other colleagues at Golder from Dr. Henderson. In the email, she wrote that the city of Hamilton wants to try a pavement rehabilitation method, hot and place recycling in a new application. And then further in the email, that this idea has been driven by the city and not by Golder. What was your involvement with hot and place recycling on the RHVP at this time?
Limited to none.
Okay, and a bit more generally, what was your familiarity with hot and place recycling?
I had very limited familiarity with it. I knew that the technology existed, and that's about it.
Okay. Did you have, apart from Dr. Henderson's comment, did you have any understanding of whether the idea was driven by the city?
No, I did not.
And at this time, is the project Dr. Henderson was referring to separate from the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation we've been discussing?
I am not sure, honestly.
And did you have any additional discussions relating to the risk committee and the hot and place recycling suitability study proposal at this time?
No, I did not.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, page 23. So yes, paragraph 51. Dr. Yuzurowski emailed Mr. Beck at the city attaching Golder's proposal titled Hot in Place Recycling Suitability Study. And Registrar, if you can pull up GOL, sorry, I'll take you to a different document, GOL 6061. Okay, and if you can do a side-by-side with the attachment to this document, which is 6062, just for your reference. Okay, and I believe both these documents need to be marked as exhibits. So if we could mark GOL 6061 as exhibit 96 and GOL 6062 as exhibit 97.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
So on the left, you'll see an email from Dr. Henderson to Dr. Yuzurowski that you're copied on, attaching the proposal for hot place recycling. Did you draft this proposal?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay. And how did it relate, if at all, to the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation?
I wouldn't be aware of that.
Okay. And what was your role on this project?
I didn't have any substantive role on this project at that time.
Okay. And do you know why Dr. Henderson copied you on this?
Just for information in case she may have needed assistance. I suspect in case she may have needed assistance if she was out of town with some coordination. So just for information.
And Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, page 39. I understand that the samples for the hot in place recycling suitability study were removed from the RHVP on July 22nd, 2018 and August 19th, 2018 for the southbound and northbound lanes respectively. Did you attend on site on either occasion?
No, I did not.
And around this time, so between July 22nd and August 19th, 2018, did you have any discussions with Mr. Beck or anyone else at the city regarding the Tradewind report, the Golder report, or any prior work Golder had conducted on the RHVP?
No, I did not.
We can call up pages 53 and 54. And at paragraph 126 and 127, you'll see Dr. Yuzurowski copying Dr. Henderson sent Mr. Beck a copy of the Tradewind report on August 27th, 2018, writing, as requested, please find attached the 2014 report on friction on RHVP and link prepared by Tradewind Scientific. Were you aware around this time that Dr. Yuzurowski sent Mr. Beck the Tradewind report?
No, I was not.
Did anyone from the city ever request any historical friction data or pavement evaluations from you?
No, they did not.
And were you ever involved in any discussions with anyone from the city regarding the Tradewind report?
Nope, I had no discussions with them.
I understand that Dr. Henderson left Golder sometime in September 2018. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yeah, around then, I believe.
Okay. And how did Dr. Henderson's departure affect your role on projects related to the RHVP?
I became involved. I took over the portions associated with invoicing and billing for the most part.
And did you take on any technical or substantive responsibilities at this time?
No, I did not.
And registrar, if we can go to GOL 3061. I believe this document needs to be marked as an exhibit as well, which would be 98.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Yep. And if we can pull up the second image to this document as well, registrar. On November 28th, 2018, Dr. Yuzurowski emailed you a draft email addressed to Mr. McGuire at the city. And in Dr. Yuzurowski's email, he wrote, "Do you agree with this?" I'll just give you a moment to review the two emails.
Yep, I'm good.
Why did Dr. Yuzurowski send this to you, to your knowledge?
It would merely have been for reviewing from a grammatical or editorial perspective, which was common practice for the two of us.
Okay, so he was not seeking any technical
No.
review? Okay. Registrar, if we go to overview document 9, page 206. And at paragraph 504, on December 13th, 2018, Dr. Yuzurowski emailed you attaching a draft letter report for the 2017 Boulder pavement evaluation. In his email, he wrote, "Could you please review the report, format it, and include the PSV, texture, and BPN results? I would need to send it to Michael and Tony for review ASAP." And registrar, if we can also call up GOL 6721. And I believe GOL 6721 needs to be marked as an exhibit, which would be 99. So you replied, sorry, just to confirm registrar that that's been marked.
Noted, Council. Thank you. It's yep, 99.
Thank you. Ms. Risby, so you replied the same day, attaching what you described as the formatted and edited letter report. What did you understand the nature of the review requested by Dr. Yuzurowski to be?
Merely editorial.
Okay, so again, is it correct that you did not have a substantive or technical input into the draft or final report?
Yes, that is correct.
And at this time, had you been actively involved in work related to this project?
No, I had not.
And this is mid-December 2018. This is nearly a year after you sent Ms. Jewison the report skeleton for this project that we spoke about a bit earlier. Do you have an understanding of why there was a delay?
No, I do not.
Was that something that was discussed? Do you
No, I
recollect?
do not.
I understand from the documents that between December 2018 and March 2019, Dr. Yuzurowski provided you with several draft reports of the 2017 Boulder pavement evaluation. I'll take you to a few different drafts you received as they arise in the chronology, but generally was your involvement with respect to these documents the same as we've discussed?
Yes, that is correct. Merely editorial and grammatical changes.
Okay, did you ever undertake a technical review of the report or provide substantive comments?
No, I did not.
And to the extent as we go through the chronology, if we come to a draft report where you did provide such comments, please let me know.
Will do.
In addition, I note that during the same time period, so December 2018 to March 2019, you're also provided with draft reports for the hot in place recycling suitability study. Was your involvement with that project and that report the same?
As the 2017 Boulder report, yes, editorial formatting, administrative.
Is it correct that did you ever undertake a technical review of the haunt and place recycling suitability study report or provide substantive comments?
No, I did not.
During the course of the haunt and place recycling suitability study, did you come to learn at some time that the city no longer was considering the use of haunt and place recycling to resurface the RHVP?
No, I did not come to learn of that.
So at no time before the report was presented in 2019?
I did not know.
Okay, Registrar, if we can take these down and go to Golder 6707. This, I believe this document also needs to be marked as an exhibit, which brings us to Exhibit 100.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. This is December 17th, 2018. Dr. Yuzurowski sent you a revised draft, and to confirm, this is the 2017 Boulder pavement evaluation report that we've been discussing. And in his email, he wrote that Michael had reviewed. To your knowledge, who does Michael refer to?
Michael Marr.
And what was Mr. Marr or Dr. Marr's role on this project, to your knowledge?
I'm not sure what his role in the overall project prior, but I understand he was doing a technical review of the report.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, page 250. Paragraph 609, we've excerpted an email that you received on January 14th, 2019, in which Dr. Yuzurowski asked you to review a draft email he intended to send to you, Dr. Skinner, Mr. Tony Lenardi, and Dr. Marr for their records. The report attached the draft letter report for the 2017 Boulder pavement evaluation. I'll let you review the email.
I reviewed it. We're good.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No worries.
What was your understanding of the kind of input Dr. Yuzurowski was seeking in asking for your review? Was it the same as we discussed previously?
Yes, it was the same as merely editorial grammatical changes.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to GOL 6448. And so this is moving forward in time. This is now February 28th, 2019. And you received an email from Dr. Yuzurowski, who wrote, could you have a quick look at it and then finalize the report? I have made one change suggested by Michael. I suggest to remove his final suggestion about microsurfacing. Also, could you please attach the attachments from the old report, PSV texture and BPN results, and also 2 brochures, one about Skidabrator and the other one about Blast Track. Does the reference to Michael again refer to Dr. Mayer?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And Registrar, I believe GOL 6448 needs to be marked as an exhibit 101.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
And in his email, when he wrote, I suggest to remove his final suggestion. Did you understand this to be a request for substantive input or for your view on the matter?
No, it wasn't a request for substantive input.
So I'd like to take you to the draft Dr. Yuzurowski attached that includes Dr. Mayor's comments. And Registrar, if you can open GOL 6453, but in the native form. And Registrar, if you can scroll to page 3 towards the bottom. And if you can just zoom in to the text below the table, but so that the comments remain visible. Thank you, Registrar. Ms. Risby, do you recall if you reviewed this draft?
No, I don't recall if I did or did not. And any review I would have carried out would not have been technical or substantive.
I expect from the email, Dr. Yuzurowski's email that we just looked at, that his comment, I have made one change suggested by Michael. I suggest to remove his final suggestion about microsurfacing. I expect that that refers to the last paragraph above closure that we see highlighted in yellow.
Okay.
Do you recall if you reviewed that comment in particular, or?
No, I didn't.
So I take it that you did not ultimately make the decision regarding whether or not to include the struck out text.
No, I did not make the decision to include or not include that.
Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you. And Ms. Risby, other than what we've discussed today, did you at any time have any views or concerns regarding the safety of the RHBP?
No, I did not.
And other than what we've discussed, do you recall this ever being a topic of conversation at Boulder?
No, I do not recall it being a topic of conversation at Boulder.
Thank you, Ms. Risby. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay.
And I understand that counsel for the city may have a few questions for Ms. Risby.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commission Counsel. Mr. Commissioner, may I please proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Mr. Levy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Risby. My name is Sahar Talabi. I'm a lawyer with the City of Hamilton. I just have a couple of questions for you this afternoon. Earlier in your discussion with Commission Counsel around your December 19, 2017 email sent to Mr. Rose, you were asked whether safety issues are typically something that Boulder would identify, and your response was no. I just want to clarify that if in the course of providing services to a client, Boulder did identify a potential safety issue, Boulder would notify the client of that issue. Is that correct?
If there was a safety issue that we could comment on, then it would be notified, yes.
That's right. So if you did develop a concern in the course of providing your services, it would be fair to say that you would raise that.
Yes, and if it was within our realm of expertise to actually comment on that concern.
Right. Okay. So if it was within the realm of your expertise, but also in general, in the course of providing those services, if it was something that, if it was an identifiable concern, obviously based on the work that you are doing,
yes.
It's something that you would then raise to the client.
Yes.
Thank you. And you gave evidence earlier that you recall Dr. Yuzurowski being frustrated that the city did not want to implement the recommendations that he provided. And I appreciate you may not recall the exact date of sort of when those expressions were communicated, but is it fair to say that it was around likely the 2017-2018 time period?
I don't recall specifically, in all honesty.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection of him expressing his frustration, or any specific recollection anyway of him expressing his frustration earlier than that time period either, right?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, you just don't know.
No, when within the year timelines that would have occurred.
Okay, and if I could just take one moment, Mr. Commissioner, I'm just pulling up a note here. Ms. Risby, Commission Counsel took you to a document, I think it was the last document that she took you to. Mr. Registrar, if I could ask you to pull up Golder document 6453. And I realize, Ms. Risby, your evidence was that your involvement with this document was largely editorial in nature. But is it consistent with your understanding, having reviewed the document, that Golder did not conclude friction was inadequate on the RHVP?
I honestly did not review it from a technical perspective, nor did I carry out, like, I haven't reviewed in detail this report in particular, so, or what the term inadequate would mean either. Okay, so particularly in relation to the Michael Amar comment that you see at the top, you did not review that comment? You didn't have any views?
No, I did not.
And did not have an understanding with respect to that comment?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Risby. Those are all my questions for you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I'm just being told that that document wasn't actually made an exhibit previously. So, Mr. Registrar, if we could. It's exhibit 102, I think.
Yes, Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
102.
Commissioner, I understand Counsel for Golder have some questions as well.
Thank you, Ms. Leclerc. Actually, we have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Counsel for the MTO?
We also have no questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. And Counsel for Dufferin?
Similarly, we have no questions, Commissioner.
Ms. Leclerc?
No further questions, Commissioner.
Okay. Well then, first of all, Ms. Risby, thank you for appearing before the inquiry this afternoon. You're excused. And for the rest of the council, I think we stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks.